Face Check, check, testing. 1, 2, 3. Ah, fuck it. Alright, that's my cue. That's my cue. I forgot to push buttons and stuff. And oh, look at that. We don't need that today. And good morning, everyone. How are we today? I'm here. I'm weird. Get used to it. Yeah. Totally. The coffee's hot. The bong hits are cool. And we're ready to go, eh? So it is Throwback Thursday today, so we started the show with a little bit of Grateful Dead, because that's what we do on Thursdays. I'm excited to be here, mainly because I'm alive. I enjoy waking up in the morning. I'm sure there'll come a morning when I just won't wake up, or I just won't be here to wake up. So having each day to go out into the world and do something, even if it's just from here, just sitting at my desk. I can travel the world sitting right here. I can. In fact, I was just thinking about the other side of the planet this morning and what's going on. What's going on over there on the other side? What's going on in Australia? Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. I was waiting for a triple oi there, but I didn't get it. So we'll just wait. We'll just wait. So it's Throwback Thursday, which means that we're just gonna kind of dive through the past, right? We're gonna kind of look at stuff. Kind of go through and back. We're gonna use stuff from the past, man. See, I didn't put in my teeth. I actually will take a break from the show and go put in my teeth if people show up and I feel like singing. I was going to sing yesterday on the show, do a little guitar playing, a little singing, and I just got sidetracked. I had my teeth in and everything. And I mainly wanted Cassie to show up, because I haven't hung out with Cassie for a long time and just played the guitar. I don't. Maybe I never have. Maybe I never have. I never have. Never will. Totally. I'm getting to sleep early. Well, I'm getting to bed earlier every night. Last night I was in bed before 8, and I was asleep sometime between 9 and 10. I think I passed out. Put on a movie and said, late. Yeah, of course I was up 3 or 4 times in the middle of the night, taking a leak, hearing in the noises. Stupid shit wakes me up, so I don't really sleep all too well. Not really too well. But I do on occasion. I can rub a couple of half hours together. Make a full hour. But usually it's about 45 minutes. Yesterday I had a little bit of a nap before I went down to university. And I laid down for about an hour and a half, and I probably dozed off for maybe 30 minutes. And I felt pretty good. My daughter says, well, the shorter the nap, the better it is for you. The longer the nap, the more you're just going to want to stay in bed. And I'm like, yeah, I totally feel that. Totally. Yeah. What do we got going on here? What did we do yesterday? We did, where's my pen? It's over here. There's a fly back there. I saw a fly. Stay away from me, fly. Oh, it's winter, so they all want to come in the house now. We haven't had flies all fucking summer long. And now it gets cold and they want to fucking come in. Bastards. We got rainbow straight between the eyes. rainbow straight between the eyes. Also, yesterday we discussed Johnny Dangerously, among other things. Totally, because we were discussing Reds and Maureen Stapleton, of course. And then we have yet to pick out an album for the day, so we'll leave that up to the next person that shows up this morning. I actually have a little heater, if you can hear it. I got a little tiny, little mini heater down here at my feet, warming my toes, because yesterday it was so cold in here. In the morning, I decided, well, I'm not going to fuck around. Sit here and have to put on a flannel or something. I actually was going to grab a sweater this morning, but it's with this heater on, it's not bad at all. It's nice. So I'll forego the sweater. Sometimes I like to wear my Big Lebowski sweater, and I've never seen the Big Lebowski, so I don't know anything about it. I love Jeff Bridges. A lot of Jeff Bridges stuff. Not the commercials, the latest commercials, of course not. Ew. I'll pass. But I love his early stuff. And I've just never seen The Big Lebowski, so there you go. And I haven't seen a lot of movies done by people over the last 25 years. I just haven't. I haven't seen a lot of movies that have been made. I've seen more movies between the 70s, 80s, and 90s than... I've probably seen more movies from the 80s than I've seen from the last 25 years, really. Because I just don't get into modern stuff. What do you mean modern? They're just movies. Yeah. The people, the actors, the writing, it changed. It changed. And I just can't keep up with the change. So there you go. There you have it. There it is, right there in front of you. What are you going to do about it? Nothing, that's what. Anyhow, I only need about 10 minutes to put in my teeths if I have to run out of here and put them in so I can do a little bit of sighing in at some point. I wore them about 8 hours yesterday. Yes, the day before I wore them 12 hours. So I'm trying to get a little balance going on. So I thought, you know what, I won't wear them this morning. I'll put them on later on in the afternoon and only wear them about 6 hours. So that way tomorrow morning, more importantly on Flashback Friday, I can wear them. And put them in early and take them out when I go to bed. And that's my plan, to eventually wear my dentures all day long. But it's tough because they hurt. They hurt in various places. But one place in particular that's just bugging the shit out of me. So I need to move past. I just need to move on, man. I need to move on. Where the hell is everybody at, man? I feel like I'm just spinning my wheels here, waiting. Yeah. Well, it is Thursday. And it is the 16th. It is the 16th. Docs. YouTube live control panel. And I have to... There, it just sits off to the side. Interesting. I am going to have to type in this thing. Oh, piece of tractor there. Okay, I guess that's it. Next. Select all with the fire hydrant. Okay. Boing, 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 boing. Oh, come on. Can we just skip this? Come on, don't ask me another picture. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh. Stairs. You're killing me here. Alright, I don't want to play this fucking game anymore. I was trying to load a dockable window in next to my program, and it just kept running me through. What's in this picture? Tell us, point out the fire hydrant, point out the fire truck, point out. It's like, how many times do I gotta fucking do this? What, I didn't pick it right the first time? Idiots. Stupid fucking thing. Oh, and all I wanted to do is be able to monitor my show live. God darn. Just let me punch in my fucking password and log in. What's with all the fucking stupid shit? Fucking idiots. This fucking technology bullshit just pisses me off sometimes. Let me live my fucking life without having to be a fucking robot, okay? Oh, man, it just fucking pisses me off. Who here is pissed off about modern technology? Well, nobody under the age of 40, right? Nope, because we were probably 15 when this fucking shit came around. And you're like, yeah, technology, this is the shit. People who grew up into technology, oh, that's horrible. It's fucking horrible. Right? It's fucking horrible, man. Anyway. I guess I could just sit and be silent. Right? Silence is golden. It is. Which makes me like copper or something. A raw ore. Yep. Totally. Yeah. Throwback Thursday. What are we gonna do this morning? What are we gonna do this morning? I don't know. But I'm bored already. Right? Yeah. Alright, well, I sent a text to somebody telling them I'm here, and here's the link. She's probably asleep. She deals with pain like me, so she's probably asleep. Some people can sleep, which is weird because I don't know how to sleep. I hope my daughter doesn't have to find out what the insomnia stuff is all about, because that's not good, man. It's not good, man. It's not, man. Oi, man. Oi. was fun. Not. I used to enjoy a good sneeze. Now it just goes pain right down through my spine. Oy, and it hurts. It hurts something bad. Oh. Totally, man. Totally, man. Anywho, I know I'm on YouTube because I can see myself on YouTube. So I know I'm there. I know I'm here. Am I here? I know I'm here. Is the YouTube algorithm gods, are they getting wise to my show? And technologically, they're just letting me see it. Oh, it's only him. Let him see his show so he thinks he's live, right? Could be. It totally could be. My beard's getting a little bit long here. Getting a little bit long in the face here. So, I might have to shave. Well, not shave, trim. I don't shave. I haven't shaved in years. God. It's probably been well, it hasn't been a decade because I've had a couple of jobs recently where... Did I shave? I don't think I did. No. I don't remember when the last time I actually was beardless. I don't remember. It's had to have been less than 10 years. Way less than 10 years. Right. Well, I know I've trimmed it a few times to do a few things. I think 2013 I trimmed it up for my friend's wedding, but I kept a beard. Yeah. Anywho, I am going to warm up my coffee and then think about doing some bong hits. So I'll be right back. There's that Molska. What are you doing there, fly? You need to stay away from my coffee, okay? As long as you stay away from my coffee, we will have no issues. Fly. Where's my fly swatter? There it is. Where's my fly swatter? I know. We'll put up a little smoke screen. That'll usually help keep the flies away. Stupid big fly. Every once in a while I get a fly that just decides to come in and bug the hell out of me. Right? There we go. All right. I guess I'm back. Well, I guess I'm back, yeah. Where? I don't know. Where the hell am I? You know, it happens a lot when I'm out and about. That usually out when I'm out because I'm in unusual places rather than home. Home is a usual place. But when I'm out driving around, I won't know sometimes I will just be lost. There will be a second or two where I don't know where the fuck I am, who I am, what's going on, who's sitting next to me, why am I driving, what is this, where am I? It doesn't happen so much here. Come the time that it does happen here, expect weirdness on my channel on another level, because Yeah. I may just be here and wonder what the fuck this. Why are there cameras pointed at me? Why am I seeing myself on a screen? Is that me? Who the hell is that old guy, right? Who the hell is that old guy? Because I imagine if I'm going to lose it, I'm going to lose it and revert back to when I was really young. Which means looking at myself on camera is really going to be weird. Right? That'll be totally weird. Bring it on. Bring it on. Whatever comes, bring it on. What am I going to do? Try to run from reality? Reality. This is reality. This is my reality. Reality. I like that. The way Tom Berenger says it on Platoon. Reality. I'm reality. Totally. I hear noises. As long as I don't see shadows, then I'll be okay. Noises are all right. If I start seeing little shadows here and there, then I'm fucked. Little scurrying shadows like little aliens. I don't think I'm in the right place for alien contact, really. I think, honestly, I think they're hiding in plain sight. Shh. They are. And they're in charge. They're running the show. I'm scared. Shut up. Totally. Yeah. Oh, baby. Yeah, I'm a glutton for punishment. I love to smoke marijuana, and it's killing me. And I'm okay with that. Saturday, a local friend of ours is performing locally, about a 15-minute drive from here. So I'm hoping I can, my daughter, she's going to have to write a paper on Saturday. She usually writes it after hours, right? So I'm hoping that if she gets enough stuff done beforehand, we can take off at around 7 and get there at about 7:30, well, quarter after. Hang out for an hour while he does his set. Hang out for a little bit while he's... and then maybe stay for some of the rest of the stuff. But knowing that we got to get our daughter back so she can work. Well, it's an easy out. So that I don't have to torture my body. Or look like a, schlemiel for wanting to leave. Well, we're taking off now. What, you're only here an hour? Yeah. Because I can't go out, I can't drink. I can't really go out and eat and do stuff. I can, but it's like uncomfortable. So if I can get the girls to go out with me for an hour and a half, and then plus drive time, so maybe 2 hours, right? That'd be nice. Let's go out and do something for a couple of hours and come home. And then Mom and I are going to jump into bed, and usually it's about 10 o'clock that my daughter starts to settle down and do homework anyway, so I guess it all depends on when she's got to turn it in. She can write a paper like that. She hates to admit it, but she's really good. I tell her, just write. Don't worry so much about what you're writing or how you're. Just write. Just let it out, right? And I don't know if she took that advice, but she's told me a number of times that her professors pass her papers around so that they can read them, and her professors will show the other classes her papers and say, look, this is what you're supposed to do. Read this. So that's cool. So I know she can write. She has to write a lot of technical stuff because she's studying psychology, so I don't know. I hope that someday she finds her writer's voice and is able to put down into words something more than texts, because writing is important, and writing and humans have been dumbed down over the last 20 years, big time. As soon as we went to texting and abbreviated messages, everything just kind of lost its real heart, you know. Gosh. Anyway, good morning. It is Throwback Thursday here, 5:30 a.m. It's the 16th of October. We're about in the middle of October. We're just about to Halloween. My daughter and I have to stop by the Halloween shop to Monday when we go down to the desert again. She needs to get stuff for her costume, so she just gives me a couple of items. She says I need a red scarf, I need white gloves, and a beret. And I'm like, well, it ain't Where's Waldo, or is it? She's like, no. Is it a cartoon character? She says no. So it turns out that it wasn't anybody. It was a person's character, right? Good morning, Susie. How are you? Happy Halloween. Have you seen my set's decoration here yet? My set has its own costume, which is why we have a thing hanging here, because it's part of the costume. Yeah. So I'm gonna pick up a few more things for my place here from the Halloween shop. So my daughter's gonna be a mime, and I'm like, really? She said, yeah, the theme is circus people, and I'm like, yeah, okay, mime. Mimes, clowns, ringleaders, lion tamers, trapeze acrobats, that kind of stuff. Isn't that cool? My new special effects. I just learned how to use all of this stuff, and I'm real excited about it. Pardon me. So let me show you the costume that I have designed for my set. If you haven't seen it yet this week, my actual studio here has a costume. So let me get dressed. Let me switch the lighting around a little bit. We turn this light down. All right, and we're gonna set a mood here. All right, so I am going to fade out. I'm using new special effects, so we get to do some weird stuff now. Haha. So now I'm a truck driver. There you go. This is Mellow Yellow and in the banana hammock, hauling Chiquita bananas out of San Diego. Come back. There we go. I have to make sure my camera is set correctly so that it sees my Spirit Halloween store. Fairfields are in the spirit. Nice. I don't decorate too much, but I do try to have fun. And now that we have kids, I better get over here. Get over here and drive. I'm driving down the road, trying to loosen my load. Got a world of trouble on my mind. Doodle 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 doodle. So I'll have to come up with sound effects and CB radio talk lingo. We got a convoy, Rubber Ducky. So then I have to switch back by switching a bunch of buttons on different computers and stuff. So I'll do this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and I'm back. And there we are. Isn't that cool? So I've got a trucker hat, a Chiquita Banana trucker hat. I've got a trucker vest, a shirt, pants, boots. My daughter's going to draw a mom tattoo and a heart here that says wow instead of mom. And I'm going to roll up a pack of Camels in my sleeve. And we're going to have us a convoy. And on Halloween, I'm going to be in the truck the whole time listening to Grateful Dead with some engine sounds and some spooky sounds. And I just might get a trick-or-treater at my door, which will be weird inside the truck, having to go to the outside the cab and give candy to kids. Good morning, James. We actually have a couple of new kids in the park, so we're going to go let them know that we'll have candy and they can come in and trick-or-treat. So because they're like toddlers and stuff, so it's not like, so I'll probably have treats like, boxes of Cheerios and Goldfish and that kind of stuff, because they're toddlers. So that'll be neat. Yeah. That'll be cool. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, I think it's about time to do a bong hit since everybody's starting to gather. Should we show James the truck, the costume? Let's do that. Oh, pardon me, since we're already set up for the lighting. Yeah. And what I have to do is I have to fade, switch cameras, switch feeds, and then fade back in, and I'm in my truck. There we go. How about a Halloween decorated ice cream truck? Now see, there we go. There we go. What I want to do is I want to start coming up with some kind of themed decoration for my set where I can put me in something, right? Like a spaceship or an ice cream truck or an airplane. And eventually I want to make the scene behind me movable. So there'll be an actual stuff passing by, trees and buildings and stuff. So I'm just learning how to use the two programs in conjunction with each other. Boy, look at the dust on that camera. Isn't that great? Look at all dust spots on the camera. Yeah, baby. So it took me a while to set up. I had to put in this post here, and you can just barely see one side of it here. So I had to put this post in here on my desk, and another post going across this way so that I can hang stuff like it's hanging from my visor. I might even put a little visor to flip down right here with stickers on it. I installed a CB radio microphone. Hello, Breaker 19. Yeah, what's your 1020? Come on back. Yeah, I'm about 5 out. So there we go. So I did that. Now I'm going to put an 8-track player here, and then I'm going to put up a Grateful Dead soundtrack so it looks like I'm jamming in an 8-track. And then the Grateful Dead. And what I'll do is, while the Grateful Dead is playing, every like 8 or 10 minutes, I'll have it go. I'll have the volume go down and have it click, and then have the volume come back up. So it feels like we're listening to an 8-track. I'll get some big rig sounds and put those there. And we'll go for a drive. We'll just do some driving on Halloween. Banana hammock. Every time I tell my daughter this, she just covers her face and just snickers. Yeah, that's weird. Mom, that's weird. What were you going to do about it, right? There we go. I'll be using my pipe. I'll roll some joints, like cigarettes. I'm going to get a bag of, or a bowl of candy. I don't know what I'm going to put in the bowl of candy. I just don't know. I just don't know. Yeah. Anywho, this is going to be my Halloween costume. So, yeah. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. All right, who's got a record? Album of the day. I need an artist or a band. Someone give me an artist or a band from the 70s and 80s. 70s or 80s. Or earlier. Don't make me pick out the Andrews Sisters. Or Dionne Warwick or something. Oh, yeah. All right. Artist. A band, a group. Something from the Clown Posse. Oh, yeah. You're one of those, huh? I don't know. I don't do clowns. I mean, I'm not afraid of clowns. I'm not like one of those. I always wanted to be a clown, right? An actual clown, all right? Like a real honest to goodness. Like one of the old school, like one of the clowns that Red Skelton used to paint, all right? A real honest to goodness hobo, sad clown. I always thought that dressing up like that would just be just awesome, right? I would have to have completely shaved face, but I would leave my hair and shave the top of my head. All of the balding stuff, I would just completely shave down smooth so that I could get that hair to poke out like this, like Bozo with a bald head. That would be great. Bozo, we used to watch Bozo the Clown as a kid. Bozo. Yeah. What was a famous clown? God, his name keeps just kind of drifting through my head, and I can't grab a hold of it as it keeps going by. It's not Fred. It's not. Oh, what was it? Oh, an old clown. One of the most famous clown. God. 1970 band. I favorite Steely Dan. Do I have any Steely Dan? I don't know if I have any. Honestly, I just don't know if I have any Steely Dan. Where's WW? He remembers a lot of the stuff that I read out when I'm going through things. Let me go look in the S's and see if I got a Steely Dan. More stuff here. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. No, really, I'm right here. Let's see. Where's my S's? QRST. Is this us over here? Ozzy. Is this S? No, this is P. Elemental P. We need Q, R, S. Or S. S is over here. Here we go. Bob Seger. Skaggs. We're getting there. Sonny and Cher, Spider Bait, Space South. Sonny! Now I know. Just focus in on Steely. Steely, Squire. Steely. The Starland. Stardust, Coliseum. What do we got here? Smile. Stevens. Starcrawler. Stylistics. What am I looking for? Steely Dan? I'm not finding any Steely Dan here. I'm not finding any Steely Dan. Which doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me that I don't find any Steely Dan there. Alright, that's one. You got one. Alright, give me another one. Next. Let me get rid of my B right back here. What's the next Steely Dan is to oh, I love Steely Dan. I don't know why I don't have any Steely Dan. Because there's so many things here that a lot of times I don't know what I got. I don't know what I got. I don't know what I don't got. I probably have Steely Dan on a couple of 8 tracks and probably 45. But nothing that I can put my hands on at this moment. So give me another one. Oh, one of the only non-dead bands you can listen to ad nauseum. I don't like it when I get nauseum because my stomach, I get queasy. That's not what it means. All right, give me another band. So what? Something different. America. That I got. I've done that one. Let's do this one. Let's do Holiday. Let's do Holiday. And let me do that. Hey, all right. Holiday, America. What do we got in here? Insert the sleeve. 1974. The Man. Old Man Took. Lonely People. This is for all the lonely people. Right? Glad to see you. What Does It Matter? Hollywood. Mad Dog. You. Another Try. Baby, It's Up to You. And In the Country. There you go. There you go. There you go now. So, 1974. America. I like the cover. It's a good whatchamacallit. One of those good throwback covers there. Let me see if I can get a good shot of it here. There we go. There you go. America, Holiday. Bada bing. That's the album of the day there. We'll stick it in the front of the truck there. Totally. Okay, so that's America. And we got a couple of TV guides here. The covers, we were talking about radio yesterday, and the covers are both of them 78 and 79. They're both covers WKRP in Cincinnati. How serendipitous was that for us to be talking about radio yesterday? And yesterday we listened to some old-time radio, well, commercials from the 1970s, from radio stations out here. I had a vinyl copy of Holiday in 1984. You wore it out totally, man. I believe I got this copy of America from a lady out here who sold me 30 of her husband's albums. he was still alive, and he was upset about it. And I'm like, wait, she's telling me the story as I'm going through the records before I'm going to give her the money. And she wanted $30 or $15 or something for them. She just wanted, she just wanted to get rid of them because he doesn't use them, right? And that was like, whoa. And it's like, this album's worth more than $1. And I wound up giving her 2 or 3 times what she wanted for it, because I felt like I was taking it from him, and he knew that his albums were worth more than what she was going to sell them for. So I decided to give her more money, and because I didn't want to have these guilt albums. And this was one of those, right? There were a couple of albums in there that were in great. I only remember them when I pull them out and go, oh, this is one of those. But there were a few in there that were in just excellent condition, and all of the stuff was like first pressings, and it's like, wow, man, I'm taking this guy's teen years away, and I felt guilty. She called me again when she had come from her father's estate stuff, and she gave me a suitcase filled with Radio Shack stuff, little things to connect, and little wires with a plug on the end, and then, just little packages of stuff that you would need to fix things, right? And I'm like, wow, yeah, that's cool. And she just gave it to me. And she also gave me a big, giant Sony reel-to-reel player that was just beautiful. Big plastic cover over the top of it. And I'm like, really? And she said, yeah, take it. As long as it's going to, I know that you'll keep it and take care of it. And I bought the repair kit for it, and a CD and a manual, and all the stuff to fix it up. And then I tried to fix it, and I just couldn't quite get it done. So I just set it aside. Set it aside. Radio crap. Radio Shack is was my favorite place. They're still around. They came back. They're online now. You can get Radio Shack stuff again. I got a couple of great Radio Shack's t-shirts from them, but I also have a bunch of Radio Shack stuff from back in the day. My Radio Shack beach ball, for instance, one of my cool prized possessions. I'll set it over here in the cab of the truck there. Totally. Yeah. I wish I could go into a Radio Shack store, because Fry's for a little while was like the closest thing that we had. And then Fry's dried up. And that sucks. Yeah. Well, my viewer count keeps going up and down, up and down. So I never know if there's anybody still here or not. I don't. It's like, I feel like this morning I'm just in limbo. I'm totally in limbo. It's better than purgatory, baby. Yeah, that's a beach ball, man. That's a cool beach ball. What I want to do is find some of those big, giant beach balls, the ones that are like 3 feet across, and get like a couple of dozen of those, and take them to a concert, right? Because that's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. Bouncing big balls. Everybody's out there just, and these big balls are bouncing up in the air all over the place. Oh, I love that. And in June, we're going to be going to see Rush at the the Fabulous Forum in Inglewood, out in Los Angeles County. And I think that I want to invest in a half a dozen to a dozen beach balls and take them in, right? All right, everybody take a couple of beach balls, fold it up in the bag, and just stick it in your stuff. Just stick it in your clear bag, because we've got these clear. Do I have one here? We've got these clear concert bags that like are mandatory at a lot of places. So, because I'm an old guy and I use a cane and look old and hobble, and tell people to get off my lawn, you kids. So I walk around telling kids to get off my lawn, and people get out of the way. And I'm allowed to take in like bottles of water that you're not allowed to take in. I'm allowed to take them in because I'm an old guy. I gotta take medication. I can't afford to stand in line to get a goddamn bottle of water. You gotta let me take. No, okay, sir, come on in. So I pitch a gripe about the bottle of water, which they don't fuck with me about my bat box because they never search me at that point. They're like, okay, wand, beep, beep. What's that? That's my keys. That's my belt. All right, come on through, old guy. And then I hobble through. Give me my cane, you fucker. So I'm going to take big beach balls. I'm going to have my daughter find big 3-foot wide beach balls so that my daughter can take a video of balls bouncing around and I can say, I did that, right? Take some big paint markers I got a big paint marker. I got these big paint markers and I'll take some of those, probably in this drawer here, and write Rush on some of them, or decorate them with big giant pens, and that'd be great, right? That'd be great. It'd be awesome sauce. What'd be really neat is if I could get helium in there and put a little bit of helium in each one so that they're heavy enough to fall, but they get a lot of air time. So they look like they're in slow motion, going up and coming down. Oh, that would be sweet. Blow them up, top them off with helium, and just have them go boing, because they go up, and they go up pretty good, and come back down, right? They get some pretty good air time. But if you add a little bit of helium, oh, that'd be great. That'd just be fucking awesome. At least time to do bong hits. I gotta wake my wife up at 6:45. But I'm staying here as long as I got someone to talk to. So as soon as I'm sitting here jabbering to myself again, and it's after hours, I'll probably meander. I got a lot of stuff to do. I really do. Today is Video Time Machine Day. So Jane Goodall, Diane Keaton, a few others that we've lost. So I'm going to be trying to, some Moody Blues. I'm going to spend the morning trying to find some elements. First of all, researching every day who we've lost over the last 16 days. And then try to predict who we're going to lose tomorrow. No. Put together some elements. Put together some graphics and photographs for the end of the Video Time Machine in our little Rest in Peace segment. In memoriam, and Miriam, that's it. So, and try to find some elements. What I would love to find is an interview with Jane Goodall when she's really young, right? Oh, that would be great. I would love to get something like that. And something with Diane Keaton really, really young, right? A commercial or a short, a movie, an educational film, something that I can use, that I can get away with using. More than likely, with her, it's going to be some trailers, a few movie trailers with Diane Keaton, not related to Michael Keaton. Which is weird because Maureen Stapleton with Diane Keaton in the movie Reds, and then Maureen Stapleton got me to thinking about Maureen Stapleton in Johnny Dangerously yesterday, which is funny because Michael Keaton is in that one. They're not related. They're not. They're just not, so stop it. Yeah. Yeah, I got some Radio Shack stuff. I do. I love me some Radio Shack. I love me some drive-in theater. The drive-in theater has been doing some little live during the day shows where they have a little live music and people get together and hang out. Pardon me. And then every once in a while they'll do an old movie. an older movie and have like an older movie night, and then that'll be free, I believe, because I can't charge for it. So they blast an old movie up there, and then, you know, it's just they try to make their money on snacks. But it's a great old drive-in theater. It was built back in the 50s or 60s. And they don't have speakers anymore, so everything is simulcast on to the radio. So, which it's, you try to sit outside, and people's cars are running because they're listening to their radios, or they've got their air conditioners on because it's the desert. But I like to go in the van. I like to take my van, park it in the back row, set up a bunch of chairs, crank on the inside stereo to the van because it's got like 8 speakers, right? And it just fucking, whoa, it's like a wall of sound coming at you. And I use like a big deep cell yacht battery in my van, so it like lasts forever. Your first pick was Front Radio Shack. Oh, reel to reel, the TRS 80, a trash 80. Is that a TRS? Was that a receiver stereo, a tape deck receiver stereo? Is that what that was? I'm trying to decode the Radio Shack stuff, because like an SR was like a stereo receiver, an SRT was like a stereo receiver tape, and then depending on what kind of tape it was, the T was at a different spot or something. A computer. Oh, it was a computer. Okay, now I know what you're talking about. Totally. Let's see, what do we got here? What do we got? What do we got? I'm gonna go poke around. I'm gonna poke around for a second because I love to poke around. Poking around, poking around, poking around, poking around, poking, 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 poking around, poking around, poking, poking, poking around, poking around. I got a poking around song, so I can poke around and be entertaining as well. Poking around, poking around. I'm just a poking, poking, poking around, poking, poking, poking around. Poking around, poking around, poking around, poking around. Over to here. Look at a box. Box here. Nope, that's not it. Poking around, poking around. It must be over here somewhere. It must be. It must be over here somewhere, because it ain't over there. It ain't in there. Is it in here? Poking it around. I thought I had it out. I thought I had it out the other day because I was poking around in it. I was, I swear. Named for Tandy Radio Shack. Ah, Tandy. There you go. I love it. I love it. Yeah. It's totally, I totally love it. Poking around, poking around, poking around, poking around. I know I've got something here that is of interest to us this morning, if I can dig it up. But you know me, clutterbug. Look in this desk here. I don't see it in this desk here. So I could close that desk there. I don't see it over. Is it in this book here? Nope. Poking around. Nope. Well, just a goober. If I didn't know any better, I'd say I was a goober. I'm a goober. I guess I'm a goober. I was looking for my Radio Shack catalog from 1982. And I have no idea where it is. I believe I unpacked all of my boxes from my trip. So I thought that it would be here. I thought that it would be among my things. Skulking around. Hi. Well, that kind of bums me out when I can't find what I'm looking for. Boy, that fly found me, didn't it? Oh, it just lit down on my guitar case there. Let me see if I can get it. Yep. Got him. Got him. That was nice. That was nice. Okay. I could look in the same places again, I guess, and hope that it magically appears in a spot that I've already looked. Don't you love it when that happens? Don't you just love it when that happens? Oh look, I've been here 20 times and there it is now. All of a sudden, it's right there, right? So, one can only hope. One can only hope. I guess I could hope in one hand, piss in the other, and I'd be holding a whole lot of piss, right? Ah, have faith, my boy. Faith in Bagora. Yeah, I'll take the Bagora. What the hell is Bagora? Right? Pictures of you disappearing down some trap under your desk. Oh yeah, the next one is going to be a shot of me going down this long corridor, stone wall, and yeah, down into a deep. Have to cross this catacomb bridge, right? And then across a big drawbridge. Totally. Watch out for the booby traps. In my vault. Yeah, it's not my fault it's in my vault. I've got so much stuff I don't know where everything is anymore. Really? So much crap. So much. I would think that it's in a notebook. It's in my Elsinore Brothers notebook. Now where is that? Is that here? That's not in here. It's my Elsinore Brothers Peachy folder. That's where it is. It's in my Peachy. And I don't see my Peachy here. I see my red Peachy, but I don't see my regular Peachy. And I don't see that, so that must be where it is. But where is that? Where is that Peachy? Is it in here? It's not in here. I've got my binder is stories. And there's no Peachy. Where's my other Peachy? Well, that's not Peachy. Hello, Peachy. Peachy, no! Peachy, no! Up here, maybe? Up here, please? Something? No Peachy. Well, at least now I think I know what I'm looking for. Peachy. Peachy. Nope, it's not in there. Gotta have a Peachy somewhere. It's not with my yearbooks. Alright, well, I guess I give up. I reckon I give up. It's not there. And it's upsetting me in such a way. Is it in here? It's not in there. It's not in here. Is it in one of these books? No. No. It's not. I feel like a weirdo. Oh, wait. I am. Hey, Susie Q. What's up, WW? Everything is just Peachy. If I could find my Peachy, it would be, and then we could play Dungeons and Dragons. Schrodinger's cat. Yeah. I'm Schrodinger's weirdo. I need a St. Anthony medallion. That's true. That's totally true. Yeah. I never had a chance to play D&D. Nobody would ever let me play. Or the people that used to play wouldn't admit that they played. So I never got to play. I would have been good. I would have been a great dungeon master. You know, because I can write some stories. You know, I could have taken people down some fucking rabbit holes, but no. Ugh. It bums me out. I'm gonna grab some heat on my coffee here. So don't go anywhere. Okay, coffee is hot. My toes are warm. The buds are cool. Well, gosh, we should do a... why don't we do a group chat one time and play D&D? Right? Can we do that? Is that allowed? Is that a thing? Can we do that? Is that something we can do? Somebody tell me, because I'm technically inept. Totally. Good morning to all the irregulars. We have a few new irregulars popping in once in a while. Sarah hasn't been here this week, but she's a new one. And then one of my old and dear friends, Cassie, She keeps threatening to come back and hang out. So maybe we'll get her at some point before the end of the week again. I'm having too much fun with this show. I am. 12-sided die, right? Totally. I wish I knew stuff. I think I used to have a little D&D book that I picked up somewhere. But I think that was as close as I ever got to it. Yeah, that'd be great. Joey would probably be into playing D&D. In fact, he's probably played some form before. Risk. I would love to get an old Risk game. My game drawer is filled with older versions of board games. An old Monopoly, an old Yahtzee, an old Sorry, that kind of stuff. I've got an old Battleship game. So what we need to do is somebody else needs to go out and buy a Battleship game so that we can do a Battleship over the on the show. That would be neat. That would be very, very cool. Clue. There's another good one. Another game with good props, like Mousetrap. I love to play Mousetrap. That's just a silly little game, but it's fun because you got to build the thing as you're playing, right? Yeah. Ooh, the Game of Life. That's one that we have. That's an older version of it, and we like to sit and play the Game of Life. Maybe the next time Joey's over here, we'll just sit around and play a board game together. That'd be great. That'd be great. I kept threatening to myself to make him play Battleship with me when he was here last, Joey. But no, I didn't want to be too pushy. In fact, I was so unpushy that I was almost standoffish. So next time he comes by, we're gonna sit around and in the middle of this living room and play board games and video games and listen to music and just carouse. You know, that'll be fucking fun. That'll be a ball, baby. Yeah, hear me now and think about me later. Yeah, totally cool. Totally. Halfway through October, Chutes and Ladders. There you go. Isn't that too? Candyland. Candyland, that 70s show. That's where they stash their weed. Cool. I like in that 90s show where Grandma Foreman, she comes in and she says, here, why don't you guys sit and play this board game? And she throws it down and they open it up and there's a bag of weed in there. And it's like, your grandma just hooked us up. That's great. To grandmas. Okay, I gotta tell you a grandma story. Check this shit out. All right, I'm back, I swear. I'm back. So, grandma story. I don't know what time of the year it was. It must have been on a holiday because Grandma came by. The day that Grandma came by, my mom had been cooking a spaghetti sauce from scratch all day long. And in this spaghetti sauce, she added an ounce of marijuana. I shit you not, an ounce of marijuana to the spaghetti sauce. I don't know why they had an extra ounce of marijuana to throw into the spaghetti sauce, but they did. So this is 1981. And I'm like 11 years old or something. No, 10, 11, 12. I'm like 13 years old, 13, 14 years old. And so that would make my brother 2 years older, my sister 2 years younger. And my father would be in his early 40s at this point. So my grandmother is in her 60s. So my grandmother shows up And she's like, I'm starving. What is there to eat? Ooh, spaghetti sauce. Give me a plate. And she sits down and she proceeds to eat plate after plate after plate of this killer spaghetti. My gosh, Misty, you really outdid yourself. This is the best spaghetti sauce you've ever made. After plate after plate. And nobody wanted to tell her, don't eat that. Stop. Don't stop. Please stop. Nobody did it. They just let her eat. Plate after plate of this pot-infused spaghetti sauce, right? So my grandmother, she's Sioux, Oglala Sioux, and Irish. Okay? So she's just a batshit crazy lady. She drives a van conversion, a really nice brand new van conversion, a Dodge van conversion, which is why I own a Dodge van conversion, because of her. So she afterwards, she's devoured these plates full of stuff, and within an hour she's like, let's go get dessert. So we're like, okay. So we all pile in her van, and she gets in and she drives us. Wow, this is great. I feel awesome, right? She drives us around the lake to Stater Brothers, the supermarket, and in my hometown of Lake Elsinore, California. And she goes in and she buys every piece of junk food that she remembers from childhood. Cracker Jacks and Hershey bars and Pep Cokes and Pepsis, and she just buys just this cartload of junk food. And we're like, oh my God, Grandma is stoned and she has the hardcore munchies, right? And we take the stuff and we go down the street to the Elsinore West Marina, where I just held our reunion / party, and a place where we used to live. And we parked down by the lake and sat outside on a picnic bench, and we all ate junk food for like an hour and watched the sun go down. And my grandmother, she was stoned out of her frickin' gourd, and she had to stay the night. And the fact that nobody told her, don't eat that, because she would have not understood, why are you putting pot into food that you're going to feed your kids, right? Well, the kids are potheads too, dumbass. Nobody told her. Nobody stopped her, right? I think I only ate a little bit of it because it was like, nah. Why is this month assigned the number 10 when the name starts with 8? Of course. Totally. Aha. It is unusual. Because of a previous calendar, perhaps. Back when it was like a 10-month calendar, and then there was like a multi-month, more than. Yeah. Well, see, back in the day, they had fewer months because they hadn't been created yet. We only had this much time because we hadn't created the 24-hour day. We only had an 8-hour day. And then the digital gods changed our program to include a longer day and a longer year. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Octo. Here's to stoned grandmas. Woo. Mm-hmm. I'll do a bong hit to that. Stoned grandmas. Oh, my grandma. Grandma's boy. Nope. Never seen it. Never seen it. Don't surprise me, though. I haven't seen a lot of movies. A lot of movies I haven't seen, especially if it's in the last 25 years. There's a slight chance I might have seen it if it was in the 90s. There's a really good chance I've seen it if it was the 70s or 80s. But, no, I don't recognize that. Is it a scary movie? Is it a scary movie? Am I going to be afraid? Be very afraid. Don't go into the water. Why not? Well, because you'll get electrocuted. Anybody afraid to go into pools that have lights inside them? It was great, man. That was one of my most memorable experiences with Grandma, was her getting high and not knowing it. And then just going with it, and everybody else going with it. And it was like, yeah, everybody knew. Nobody wanted to. I don't think my sister knew. She was a little young. I don't think she knew. She might have found out later. But it was crazy, man. I think the meal was meant for the adults. We were living at a place where there was a main house with a family of 3 or 4 adults living there and some kids, and I think we were supposed to eat the other spaghetti sauce, and we had already eaten, and which means there was no spaghetti sauce left for Grandma when she showed up. A Groundhog Day, Bill Murray. Yeah, Bill Murray. Bill Murray is a interesting guy. Different. I have trouble with Bill Murray on a couple of different levels. I love to watch his movies, but the stories behind some of the movies are a little bit. It makes you wonder how people allow people to get away with just being so rotten sometimes, you know. And Doris Roberts, Shirley Knight, Shirley Jones, they all played old ladies. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Old ladies. Right? Hey man, it's my old lady. Totally, it's my old lady, eh? Yeah, when I heard that Bill Murray, who during Groundhog Day was being directed by his very, very close friend, Harold Ramis, who had written and was directing this movie, right? And was a big thing. And Harold Ramis asked Bill Murray to do something. He asked him to act a certain way. I want you to act like this. And Bill Murray straight up told him, you never tell me what to do. You never tell me what to do. And from then, and he finished the movie, and they never talked from then on. Bill Murray just totally shut him off and shut him out of his life because the director had the gall to direct Bill Murray. And I heard that. The true story that I heard from, I believe it was Harold Ramis himself. And then the follow-up to that was the next time that Bill Murray saw Harold Ramis was when Harold Ramis was on his deathbed. And Bill Murray had no idea where he lived, but he wanted to go see him before he died because Bill Murray wanted to see him. Not that Harold Ramis had asked for him to show up. But Bill Murray showed up in the town where he knew that he lived, and he went to the police department and he asked, where does Harold Ramis live? And the police took him to Harold's house, and he went in and saw Harold Ramis. And I don't know to the extent of the conversation that they had, but how horrible is that, to hold a grudge against someone for something so trivial as them doing their job and you being expected to do yours, right? And it ended their friendship because of Bill Murray's, entitled, selfish, narcissistic fucking attitude. And that really turned me off from any movies that he made after that. Any movie after that with Bill Murray in it, I see him in a different light. The movies before that, I imagine him to be a little easier to deal with. And it wasn't until after Harold Ramis died that Bill Murray kind of changed and let that guy go, let that narcissist, all about me guy go. And he's still kind of like that. He gets out there and he still wants to be the center of attention because he's a He's an actor. He's a comedian. But I could see a lot of reasons to like completely leave someone behind, but because you're on a project and you both have jobs to do and you don't want to be told what to do, I mean, that's just horrible. And let's end our relationship because how dare you do your job, right? That really pissed me off. Harold Ramis, arguably the sweetest guy in the world, right? He is like was the nicest guy. And Mr. Bill Murray just shit all over him, right? I never liked What About Bob? That movie, he was way out there. He was just too manic. He was too crazy. He was just too bizarre. He was trying way too hard to be kooky, right? And I didn't get it. I watched What About Bob a couple of times, and I could not get it. I could not understand it. You know, I love Groundhog Day, one of my favorite movies. I could literally put that on and hit repeat and just have it play over and over and over again. It's just one of my favorite later Bill Murray movies. In fact, it's like my favorite for me, it's like my last Bill Murray movie. Because after Groundhog Day, it was like, I'm sure I watched movies with him in it after Groundhog Day, but after I, found out too much information, I just kind of got turned off. During the time period where his best friend is alive and he's totally shunned him, for some stupid reason. And that just hurts. It hurts me on weird, because I've been, shunned and bullied for stupid reasons. Oh, Scrooged. Oh, great one. Classic. I love Scrooged. Oh, that's a great one. Mary Lou Retton. Is that who's in it? Yeah, that's a classic one. Stripes is one of my favorite movies of all times. It's one of those movies that I spent a lot of time with as a kid. A lot of time with Stripes. I mean, I used to know that movie like by heart, by rote. Totally. Oh, look, a bong hit. Ooh, piece of candy. I'm going in. Cover me. Totally. I still like to watch old Bill Murray movies. I still like to watch some Robin Williams movies. But it's hard to watch Robin Williams for different reasons, because the whole depression thing and being able to watch him act funny, knowing full well that he's like dying inside, right? So it's hard to watch that. My own mental hang-ups and depression and emotional issues, anxieties and stuff, they keep me from enjoying a lot of stuff sometimes. Other people are like having a ball, and I'm like, oh man, this is taking me to a place I don't want to go, right? Meatballs 1 and 2. Oi, he wasn't in 2, but there were all Meatballs all the way up to 4, with Corey Feldman in 4. Do you remember Meatballs 3, I think it is, the one with the alien in it, or was it 2? The one with the alien in it. I think it was number 2. Meatballs, the original, is one of our family's favorite summer movies. Are you ready for the summer? Are you ready for the good times? Are you ready for the laughing time? Anyway, I used to know it. Like that camp song, camp counselor song, the CITs, North Star CITs, counselors in training. Great movie. Kristen DeBell is in it, and she was one of those people who got talked into doing a porno because they swore to a lot of people's agents that pornography was going to go into the mainstream, and there were going to be mainstream actors in big budget pornos and that kind of stuff, like Caligula, right? And there were a whole bunch of like Caligulas out there. Well, not that, but movies with big budgets and a few actual actors in it. And some of those actors did nothing pornographic. Sometimes they didn't even witness the pornography. They were just in it as a main character, right? And in Meatballs, Christine DeBelle was in it, and right around the same time, she got talked into doing Alice in Wonderland, and it was a full-blown, huge budget musical pornography, and she performed pornography in the movie, and it ruined her career. She was a starlet. She was going up, and all of a sudden she did this. She got talked into doing it. She was, pretty free and open person about sex. So she's like, sure, what the hell? And it ruined her career. She could only get a couple of bit parts and a few things after that. Nobody wanted to touch her. It's amazing that after Caligula, what's his face had gone and actually survived that, because a lot of people, minor stars and stuff, didn't survive that era. No, really, rated X, it's going mainstream, baby. $1 million budgets, theaters all over the country. Yeah, bullshit. There was a lot of cocaine too, so and a lot of money being thrown around. We want money. And then there was a certain group of people in Hollywood from the beginning who were treating it like their own little empire, Kingpin. Isn't that the thing that holds the chain together on your body? Oh, no, it's a master link, right? Not a kingpin, master link. Wasn't that the guy on The Underdog? No. Simon Bar Sinister? No, Master something. Master Link. Master. Beastmaster. I don't know. Master Bastard. Oh, jeez. Now I'm gone. I'm going off the deep end here. I better smoke more pot to come back down. Oh, yeah. Zing! So let's see, about another 8 minutes here, and I gotta go wake up my wife and let her know that it's time. And then I will probably put on my air conditioner on fan for a little bit, so that it's kind of a noise barrier. And then, like I said, I'm just going to stay on here this morning as long as I got a reason to stay here. Because when I get done, I'm going to go right back into the computer and work on a video time machine. Today is the day. It's Thursday. I got to get it done today and uploaded this evening and get the quality control checks done on it, and so that I have time to do any edits. And this morning, what I need to do is I need to research elements for the show, which means spending some time on the my sources where I go for information. Kingpin was a comedy about bowling with Bill Murray and Woody Harrelson. Okay, I remember that one. Never saw it. Isn't one of them an amputee? Yeah, I don't do amputee movies. Just kidding. I love nubby people. Oh, kill me. Somebody's like, oh, I'm going to smack you with my nub. Rub-a-dub nub. I used to work for a guy named Dub. Anyway, no, I never, that's one of those movies that I never saw. That's one of those movies I just never saw. I think somebody said, hey man, you got to see this movie. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And then it was like, no, never going to watch that. It's just one of those stupid idiosyncrasies in my brain where if somebody tells me to do something, I will not do it. And I'm getting over that. I'm getting better. You know, if my wife tells me to take out the trash, I won't. If she asks me to, I will. You know, and that's just the way it is. Helen Mirren was in Caligula. That's right. See, she survived it too. But yeah, I mean, that was a really, really heavy mainstream. That one did better on cable, on pay television, pay cable, because you could decide if you wanted to watch. You could bring it into your home and decide if you wanted to watch that kind of movie. But those types of movies, Alice in Wonderland, Deep Throat, and that kind of stuff, they came like on TV, Z television, back when, before it was regulated, when you could pay for a home channel and they would play some weird, crazy ass shit, right? Rabid and just bizarre, you know, X-rated and R-rated stuff. Way back in the day. And then it became regulated, and then you could only play rated R stuff, you know, and then if it was a rated X, well, then it had to have a whole different setup and protection from kids and all kinds of things. And it took a little while to get there. So there was a little period where, you know, a kid could walk into his parents' room and turn on TV and watch a porno, you know. Get home from school and watch pornos every day. We used to go over to a kid's house and do just that. His parents would work late, and he was a latchkey kid like all of us. And we'd get home, and there would be nobody home for hours. So we'd go hang out at somebody's house and do crazy shit. We usually watched that on TV and Z television and that kind of shit, and would watch crazy, bizarre movies with a lot of boobies and sometimes porn. And, you know, we're like 10, 12 years old, a bunch of kids, 10, 12 years old, hanging out at somebody's house, watching these dirty movies. There was this old guy in the neighborhood in Temecula, Rancho, California, back then. And this old guy in the neighborhood, and he was one of those guys where he always had really cool stuff on TV, a fridge filled with sodas and great food to eat. You could make yourself anything to eat in his house. His house was always loaded with kids, right? And there was a pool, and there were bathing suits, right? I mean, it was literally set up because he was there. His whole thing was grooming kids. He was trying to groom some kids, right? And all the kids that were there, most of them realized what was going on, and they were just taking advantage of him, right? And let's see, what do we got here? Malcolm McDowell, Peter O'Toole, John Gielgud. Oh, John Gielgud was great in that, right? An unrated version of it last year. Yeah, I remember seeing the original, like director's cut a long time ago. But I remember seeing it with a bunch of kids too. That was heavy. That was heavy. Yeah, it was crazy what we did as kids back then. That old guy, that old perv in that house, he had this car, and one night, my friends and I, my brother's friends and I, went over to his house, and somebody snuck in while he was sleeping and grabbed his car keys. And we pushed his car out of the driveway and down the street and took his car for a joyride and almost got busted by the cops. And then brought it back and parked it in the driveway, and somebody went in and dropped off the keys, and he never knew about it, right? But we did all kinds of bizarre, crazy shit. We'd all get together and play army. We'd play war. And there was this, our neighborhood, it was on a hill, so there were two streets in the neighborhood, and they were offset, one higher from the other, and there were houses down here and houses up here, and then a hill between the two that went down all the way down through the center of the neighborhood with ivy and shrubs and giant trees, old trees and stuff. And it was on a hill. And we used to traipse through this like a jungle, going back and forth, fighting each other with dirt clods and shit, and just having all kinds of crazy, bizarre fun. Did he have his way with some of the kids? I'm sure he probably did. I'm absolutely sure he probably did. Because like I said, a lot of the kids knew exactly what he was doing. Realized, and everybody was telling each other, now this is what he's all about. Well, why are we here? Because we can get stuff from him. We can go over there and hang out for 15 or 20 minutes and watch cartoons or something, right? And load up a bag full of food and take off and go party somewhere, right? We can go over there, go for a swim, eat some snacks and foods, and take off, right? So the kids were using him. Most of the kids were using him. I'm sure that at some point he was able to groom a couple of kids who stayed around when all the other kids left. No, I just want to finish watching this cartoon. Hey, kid, you ever seen a boy naked? You like gladiator films, right? Okay, there's my alarm. I got to go wake up Mom. I will be right back. So stay tuned. I will be right back. And let me do this. I'm back, baby. I'm back. Totally. Gosh, I remember that neighborhood there in Rancho California / Temecula back in the 70s, 80s. It was very rural. We had like a couple of mile walk to school, a few miles. And there was no bus, so the buses went to the outer areas because it was so spread out. If you lived way out, it would take you an hour, right? You had to get picked up at like dark times sometimes. But our little neighborhood, it was like you got off the freeway, you drove out this road, and pretty soon there was nothing but open fields. You drove down through some open fields, and then there was this little neighborhood just popped up out of nowhere with a few ranch houses in the area, and that was it for the longest time. and they started infrastructure and, telephone poles and roads and little dirt roads through the hills. But it was hills forever. And we used to just grab backpacks full of stuff and just take off and just run through the hills and just war on each other, adventurize. We would just start hiking somewhere and get someplace and set up a camp. And I mean, Stand By Me, Little Rascals, that's where we learned all of this shit. And we would just go out there and, geez, sorry about that. We would just go out and just create our own little world. It's probably huge now, huh? It is. It's over 100, maybe 200,000 people right now. And when we lived there, it was a population of, a few thousand. And all the places that we used to traipse around and play, except for that little hill in between the neighborhood, it's all gone now. It's all gone. I saw it change through the 90s. And it just grew and grew and grew. And then by the 2000s, it was just unrecognizable. And mainly because it's right on a freeway. And it has malls. It has huge, giant buildings and factories. And it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy how things grow and change. And how young California seemed when I was young. I mean, it really did. Freeways were unfinished. Freeways would end. They would just go a couple of miles, and then they would stop. And then you'd get off and you'd take side roads. And then they'd put you back on the freeway. And you'd get on the freeway, and you'd be there for like 3 miles, and then you'd get off. And there was like a whole decade where there was so many unfinished freeways because nobody wanted to sell. Nobody wanted to give, and then it went all kinds of court deals, and they had to evict people. During the 70s and 80s, there were entire neighborhoods in California along the paths of proposed freeways where they had gotten rid of all of the people, but they hadn't removed the homes yet. So a lot of people settled and squatted in these empty neighborhoods. They had these empty neighborhoods with only a few people squatted and a few holdouts that wouldn't leave, right? And they would have these roving gangs of kids, roving gangs of people, roving gangs of wild dogs, right? It was mad. In the middle of the city, you would walk into this long stretch of area dividing one neighborhood that has now become 2 neighborhoods. And once that freeway goes through, they're completely separate. But for a period, there were these long no-man zones, right? If you watch the movie Suburbia, I believe that's what it's called, a punk rock movie, about kids that are living in that same spot, and they just squat in one of those empty houses, and they have their own little punk family, right? Great movie, bizarre movie, but it totally shows you that world at that time, because for a period of time they hadn't finished the freeways, and it took forever to get them done. I remember when they finally finished the 15 freeway, like in the late 80s or 90s, right? From San Diego all the way up into, out of California, going out of California. Once it got into the desert, it still remained a 2-lane highway for the longest time until the connection between Vegas and Los Angeles became so important, they needed that 15. Yeah. I remember Lake Elsinore when it was really laid back and rural and was still a lot of farming, produce, animals, nuts, fruits. A lot of fruits and nuts, man. I was a fruity nut. A lot of nutty fruits that I knew. But yeah. Okay, so we have to be quiet while Mom is coming through. She's gonna get some coffee and get breakfast and stuff. SLC Punk. I haven't seen SLC Punk. That's one I do want to see, and I like. Oh, I gotta watch that, and then I forget. Right. So that guy. That guy. What's his name? The guy in that. Matthew Lillard, right? Matthew Lillard. He is my favorite, just weird guy actor, right? I love his version of Shaggy and Scooby-Doo, the two movies, and of course his voice as Shaggy in a lot of the animated stuff, right? Just beautiful. He does a great Shaggy. He really does. Oh, I got an itch. There we go. Oh, gotta stand. Gotta pull. Gotta adjust. SLC Punk. I gotta check that out. Salt Lake City Punk. Yeah, nowadays, oh, yeah, you don't even want to do that out there, right? I knew someone who lived out there, and they said that it's really horrible how families out there treat their children when their children don't want to follow their religion. They disown them, and they kick them out on the streets. The schools don't want them. Nobody wants them. The police want them, but nobody else wants them. So they wind up, street urchins, damn stupid crackheads and shit. And that's fucked up, right? On any level, that's just fucked up, right? And it's kind of true. You research it, and you find out. Yeah, Matthew Lillard, man, that dude's cool. I dig that dude. I totally dig that dude. Are we synced up? I'm live. Are you live? Or you got minus numbers on your live? Tap your screen. Has it got minus numbers there? You need to swipe up and catch up if you're slowed down. Because I have to do that every once in a while. I look down and I touch my screen, and the bar at the bottom shows up, and there's a little number there. It says, rather than saying live, it says minus 1 minute and 33 seconds. I'm like, oh fuck, when that happened? And then it turns out that I'm way behind everybody else in comments. That sucks. It's hard enough because I'm like 30 seconds behind everybody commenting. Or ahead. I'm 30 seconds ahead, so when the comments come in, I'm like, wow, man, I don't get it, man. Hi, Sam. How you doing, buddy? Good morning, dog. What's up? He's gonna yawn. And then jump on the couch. Try to get under a blanket. Totally. So, video time machine. I'm going to be working on a video time machine. I try to incorporate things that we've talked about in between video time machines, and try to keep up with the usual stuff. I usually start with some kind of music from the past, 20s, 30s. Right now I'm using country western music from the 50s, the Tex Ritter show. And which is cool. So I'm going to be putting together an end of the year best of 2-part episode, and I'm just going to go through all of the stuff that I've used in the last 2 seasons and hand select my favorite cartoons and shorts and whatever I can put together and say, here's my favorite stuff. So that should be interesting. I don't know what I'm going to put together for Halloween. I might just do it as do my live Halloween evening show as a video time machine. Right? Because I could literally be in my big rig truck and then say, okay, let's fade to black and bring you a video. Right? and then we'll watch a video together. That'd be great. Watch some Halloween themed stuff and do a video time machine themed Halloween show. That would be cool. I could do some trucker stuff. What I need is to dig up some CB chatter so I can have some CB stuff in the background. Right? Totally. Some CB chatter. So yeah, I've got to put together my video time machine for this week, and I've got to do some more research for the Halloween live, Halloween night. And I imagine that I'm going to be going live about 5 or 6. I haven't decided yet. I don't want to go live too early because I don't want to disrupt my household too much. And I don't know where I'm going to be at Halloween night exactly. I know that I'm not going to be going out to party anywhere, but I may have to be a ride for someone, i.e. my daughter. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to be doing a long live Halloween night show. Semi trucker themed. It'll be themed in kind of a trucker motif, but also it'll be about Halloween. I watched a Halloween movie yesterday in the car waiting for my daughter. And I never realized that it was a Halloween movie until I'm watching it and I see all of these Halloween elements. The opening, there was a car race, a smash-up derby car race at the beginning. And I think it was some kind of track race. Anyway, they had this big banner across the stadium, and it said Halloween Thrill Show on it. And then throughout the movie, there were, here and there were Halloween decorations and jack-o'-lanterns and that kind of stuff. So it was like it was filmed in a town that was dressed for Halloween, because Roger Corman would have taken advantage of something rather than created something. Black Friday. What is that? My theme? Right on. Totally. I could. Well, what are we? We're thinking Black Friday. We'll shop for tires, I think is what we're gonna do. So we're holding out. We don't usually shop on Black Friday unless there's something that we require, and we're like, well, let's wait and see if we can get a better price then. But that's it, you know. Every once in a while we need a new TV or something like that, so we'll wait and then go down and sometimes stand in line, sometimes just get it because we used to be in a small area with a big Walmart, but now things have really grown over the last several years. So it's harder and harder to go down on a Black Friday and participate in the morning. Because you get a lot of people who show up from out of town now who want to buy 20 televisions, you know, for their hotel room or something. You know, or they want to buy a bunch of things and then sell them later for the regular price. You know, and that's ridiculous. I see a lot of that where people buy shit up on Black Friday and then 2 weeks later they're trying to sell it for a little less than the original price and they're trying to make a profit, right? I don't get it. Those are 2 movies with Bela Lugosi. Oh, Black and Friday, right? Black Sabbath. Bela Lugosi. What a great guy. He was a really weird, was he like Romanian or Hungarian or something, right? His accent was real. He did not come from Transylvania. But he did come from that area. And because of his accent, it was hard for him to get anything other than those weird old weird guy roles, right? It really was. He had a home in Lake Elsinore, California. Bela Lugosi. It got flooded several times, actually. I don't think it's still there. But he had a home. A lot of LA Hollywood people had little vacation homes out in Lake Elsinore because it was just an hour outside of LA, and it was a nice drive back then, back in the 20s, 30s, 40s. And you could get a little place cheap, and it was all rural, and it was all produce and nuts and groves and orange groves and that kind of shit. Yeah, Return of Shandu was a Bella, and the Shandu Magician radio show. Yeah, I remember those. Totally. Shandu. Totally. Yeah, he was a weird guy. He was a weird guy. I think that's why I liked him. But, who was that guy? Guy who did Tarzan. Johnny Weissmuller. He had a house in Lake Elsinore as well. Drummer Bill Ward used to date a woman that we used to go hang out with. We never met him there. Let's see, Amy McPherson, an evangelist from the 1920s. She has a castle there that's still there. It gets sold every once in a while and trades, it trades hands, but it's still there. It's still Amy's castle. People buy it, they use it for, something, and then they sell it. And it's just traded hands so many times. Totally, so many fucking times. But it is a historical landmark, so they can't change it or remove it. So it has to stay there. So when you live there, if you own the place, you can keep it private and not open it to the public, but you can't change it at all because the Historical Society will come in and look at it and see if anything has changed. Seriously. That's the way it works. So, it is unchanged. Boris Karloff. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, man. Lon Chaney, Boris Karloff, and Bela Lugosi. Yeah. And, of course, Lon Chaney Jr. The Wolfman. Lon Chaney, he did some great Phantom, and didn't he do the early Nosferatu? He did the very first filmed version of Sanctuary, The Hunchback of Notre Dame, right? I love how that the horror movies almost began with film itself, right? It was like some of the first real true stories, rather than when we got away from shorts, right? The little couple of minutes long for a Nickelodeon thing. Once we got past that and we were into longer versions of that media, it's like some of the first stuff that they gave us was horror, right? Action, horror, adventure, death, destruction. What does that say about humanity? But that's what they wanted, right? That's crazy. That's just crazy stuff. Crazy. And there's that. And that's how you do that. I used to love the Universal monsters. Quasimodo, that's him. I used to love the Universal monsters. Frankenstein and Dracula and Wolfman and Jack Benny and yeah, they were all great. I remember as a kid going to Universal Studios like 1974, 75 or something, and I remember seeing Frankenstein there, and he scared the shit out of me because he was really big. He had those big tall shoes on, the big tall head, right? And he scared the shit out of me because he was just so, he looked just like the movie Frankenstein. It was weird. And then just not a couple of years back, we went, my wife and my daughter and I went to Universal Studios, and I got to see the Frankenstein and the Dracula and all of those old Universal monsters, right, walking around. And boy, was that a flashback. You know, that really took me back. Yeah, I think it's probably time to go to an amusement park again, right? I don't know where, right? It's going to the cities nowadays. It's just kind of weird, right? Because there's always weird vehicles around and weird shit going on, and you never know when something's going to go down, right? I mean, you could be in a store and 20 kids could run in and just run out of the place with armfuls of shit, and you're just standing there going, "What the fuck?" You know? It's just so much bizarre shit goes on there, you know? I mean, the stuff with the homeless alone. Sometimes we'll go through and there'll be a whole homeless city right there. One time we went through and we were going to Inglewood a lot, to the Forum, and we'd go, and then a couple of weeks later we'd be back, and then a month later we'd be back, and it was like, one time we went through and you get off of the freeway and come and turn around and come get back onto the main road that you take to get there, and all along the off-ramp there were these two big sections that were just loaded with tents and RVs and cars and shit. Just little villages right there. Yeah, tent cities. And we came through once, and it was all trucks and tractors, and it looked like that scene in They Live, where the police show up with tractors and bulldozers and dump trucks, and they just start scooping shit up and hauling it away. People and all, just scooping it up. Scooping up like fires as they're burning and just moving them, right? Chasing people, beating people up, arresting people, and just hauling people away, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's never gonna... And then all of a sudden I go to the city, and there it is. People being handed a voucher and being put on a bus, you know, and they give them a voucher and they send them to one of those seedy motels where they participate in getting a government stipend for housing homeless people. And I think it's a regular thing for the homeless people to know that at some point they're going to have to pick up and move, take their prized possessions and move to a hotel for a month while they clean everything up for, I don't know, the president to come through town or whatever reason it is that all of a sudden they have to clean everything up. And then within a month and a half, it's all back to the same. People are right back. You know, they get out of their motels and they go right back to it. And it's not like they give them an alternative, right? It's not like they give them a place to go. Like my idea for a human station, right? Have a place that's a place where they can go and become human again, right? Because when we're homeless, we feel like we're just nothing and nobody wants us, and we start to not care about ourselves. I know, I've been there, you know, But if you got a place where you can go get a hot meal and a shower and a good night's sleep and go to a class to learn some kind of work ability, some kind of job training, something, right? Rehab, some kind of help so that people can help themselves, right? And there's just not enough of that, even though society creates these people and the need for tent cities. They don't create an out. They just create these little band-aids that become political talking points rather than actual solutions, right? Well, we're going to do this. We're going to build this structure. And then they build this structure that homeless people don't want to live in because they're required to get a job, they're required to pay rent, they're required to pay bills, they're required to do all of the things that they're running from. All of these things that society has thrust upon them and says you have to do this in order to earn a living and live like the rest of us. You can't live like a savage. We have to educate those savages and get them out of the jungles, right? And that's what they're doing. The people are running, screaming away from this crap that the world has thrust upon them. And the world keeps coming after them, trying to put the crap back in their hands. It's like, no, we don't want it. I get it. I get it. It's set up for failure from the beginning. As soon as you check into school, right, and go to public school, you're destined to failure. Unless you work really hard to reprogram everything they try to program into you. And take advantage of the situation, and don't let that situation take advantage of you. Because a lot of people don't even get through high school, and then they barely get through high school, or they get a diploma, and then they're out in the world and they flounder. Because the school did not prepare them for any of this shit. Totally. And they're supposed to play a game that is set up as a losing game from the beginning, right? Look at the cost of rent, the cost to own a car and insure a car, and you have to have health insurance, so you got to have a job that offers that, which is going to take most of your pay, right? Every couple of weeks you get paid, but they're going to take all kinds of taxes out, and they're going to take all kinds of money out for health insurance, and then all of that money that you had to borrow from your boss to get through the last 2 weeks, right? And it's just this vicious slavery cycle that gets most of us exactly that way. You got to pay rent, you got to make your car payment, insurance payment, healthcare payments, you got to pay your bills, and then you got to eat, and then you got to have something to kill the fucking pain. And then we fall victim to that. And then we just can't take it anymore, and we got to run screaming. Fuck it, I'd rather live in my car and work at McDonald's. At least I'm going to eat, right? And fuck the rest. Fuck the rest. I'll pay my car insurance, my health insurance. I'll live in my car and eat at McDonald's. And live in the parking lot. And use the bathroom there to take fucking sponge baths, right? That's the way it is. I did that. I lived in a fucking car. I collected cans, Used to bathe in a public restroom. Ew. Good morning, Cassie. How are you? This is my friend Cassie. She's now become one of the irregulars. This is WW, William. This is Cassie. Also here this morning somewhere is Susie and James Fairfield. A couple of deadhead friends. So they're here. We got people. How you doing, Sassy? We're just talking about stuff. Being homeless. Because that's the way the world is now. It's almost better to be homeless than to have to deal with the bullshit that goes along with having to earn a living and live the life that you're required to live. So, you live in your car too. There you go. That's what I'm talking about, girl. With me, it was Carl's Jr. There was a Carl's Jr. that I used to go to. That was right next to a record store. And I used to park, and I used to go through. I used to do my morning stuff there. Yeah, a couple of years homeless. I was homeless for quite a long time, several times. Uh, and I used to do my morning stuff there and eat breakfast, and then get cleaned up, and then I'd go for a walk, and I'd collect cans all day long and park in different places and walk the areas. At the end of the day, I'd turn in my cans, get my money, go back to the place, get a little something to eat so that I could use the restroom and feel okay with it, and then get cleaned up so that I could go set up my tent in a field somewhere, and have my night. And I did that for a long time. It's because I didn't feel like there was anybody there, and there wasn't. There was nobody there. There was nobody there. And it's because I had become an adult. And once I had become an adult, a lot of the families who had taken me in as a kid, I felt like I was like, you know what, I'm an adult now. I can't just keep burdening them with me. I'm not their kid. You know, it takes a village to raise a kid, and they did, but I was raised now, so I was homeless for a while. Lived in my van, lived in a little convertible car with a tent. I did a couple of, lived off in the woods. You know, I mean, there's a few things that I did. But I grew up that way. As a kid, we were often homeless and living in vans and motorhomes and tents and stuff. Spent a summer living at the beach, you know, in a tent. You would think that's a great thing for a kid, but it was horrible. Bologna sandwiches every day, all day. Never getting to shower or wearing clean clothes, and not having the ability to make any friends because it's a campground. It's on the beach. Nobody's there for longer than the weekend, right? It was, you know, being homeless as a kid was probably worse. Being homeless as an adult, a new adult, that wasn't so bad. I was free, shit. If it wasn't for the Portland Trailblazers, you would have gone hungry for a time. They give free nuggets if a basketball team here reaches 100 points. That's nice. That's really cool. I mean, you gotta, yeah. Thank goodness for the basketball team. All right, I gotta cover my dog. He's trying to cover himself. It's sad. You know what? I'll be right back. I gotta go to the little boy's room. So, talk amongst yourselves. I will be right back. Let me cover my dog and go wee. There you go. And let me kill the volume so I can talk to my wife. I'll be right back. I'm back, baby. Here we go. So, ooh, we got some stuff going on here. Wow. I get to catch up on the comments here. You guys have been busy. Clyde the Guilt Dexter. Clyde the Glide Drexler? Oh, basketball. Nuggets. Nuggets from the Nuggets. Free chalupa. Totally. I actually just recently, last year, tried a chalupa for the first time. Gas and weed. Totally. Oh, sorry. Gas and weed. I would collect cans and would get enough every day. I'd get like $20 or $40 every day. Enough. I could work a 6 to 8 hour job back then and not make that much after taxes, and then have to wait to get paid. I could get paid every day. I could make enough for food and anything I needed. Pot, cigarettes, beer. And then I was camping for free. I had no bills. It was beautiful, you know. Baskets of food from Safeway. You know what? I shoplifted once when I lived in Arizona, and I stuffed some. Well, my girlfriend, she stuffed some meat into her kids' pants in the cart, and we bought a little something and left. And that was it, other than cigarettes when I was younger. One pack of cigarettes. That was it. And I convinced myself. Well, no, I did a pair of shoes once too. I went to Target and I walked in. I sat down. I tried on some shoes, put on a pair of shoes, and put my shoes in the box and walked out. Because I had needed a pair of shoes and I couldn't afford shoes. Totally. Yeah, you do what you got to do. I convinced myself that I wasn't stealing from people. I was stealing from a corporation, and I was right. It didn't make me feel any better, so I didn't do that much. At least I tried not to, and I could find other ways of getting food. You know, I used to dumpster dive for stuff because I was looking for recyclables. I would find a lot of stuff along with the recyclables. Literally. You know, people would go in and get new shoes and then leave their shoes behind, and they were like barely used, so I would take those if I needed shoes and couldn't find any, or couldn't find any to steal. I rescued a pigeon, a dove, once that had gotten into the trash, and somebody threw a trash bag in on top of it, and so it was under a trash bag for a while. So I pulled a trash bag out, and there this thing came out, and he's like, whoa, man, what is going on? And you could tell he had been there for a while. So I pulled him out, gave him some water, dug up a worm or something, and hung out with him for a little bit, and then he walked off and then flew away. Yep. Good to go. Huh? No, I haven't. I haven't heard of that. No. Nope. There's a few programs around here in Joshua Tree. There's like 3 or 4 places right in town here where you can get help, where you can get food for free. There are places here. There's one place in town where you can go in and pay a couple of bucks and take a shower. They have public showers and public restrooms. Mainly because there's a lot of dirt bags out here. Dirt bag is a term for rock climbers. There's a lot of rock climbers, van people, and dirt bags and stuff. So they need a place to go to get clean, because they live in their cars and vans. Rarely will you see some of those people in a vacation rental. Sometimes if there's a bunch of them together, they'll get a place together. But no, I haven't had the need for any of that kind of stuff, thankfully. Once we settled in this little mobile home here, in this little mobile home park, and once we settled in this area, back when our daughter was in first grade, it really has been kind to us. It really has. The area, the people, the work, the networking, everything, finding places to live, and then eventually falling into this place and buying it, and it's great. Eventually, we'd like to get something bigger. Local restaurants will sell goodie boxes, leftovers, food, dirt cheap instead of throwing it away. Oh yeah, totally. I'm sure we have a few places around here like that, but like I said, I haven't had the need to. But it's definitely something to research around here. That would be cool. It'd be totally cool. Because there are regular people just like us, who at the end of the month, it's like, crap, I'm not going to have enough food. And then like the third week of every month out here, there's a place where you can go and stand in line and get a big box or two of food, and enough that you can make it through that week, get an extra box and bring it home to a neighbor. You can do that. They'll let you do that. Here's my neighbor. Here's his bill. One of his bills. He's my neighbor. He's an invalid and a shut-in. Give me food for him too, please. And they will. There's a few helpful organizations in every town if you know where to look. For in Idaho, there's only one place. Oh, 90 places in your vicinity. It'll grow. I'm sure it'll get bigger in her area, unless her area is just small. But it'll usually hit a place, and then it'll just slowly catch on. It'll slowly grow like a virus. Totally. Uh-oh. Snoopy kisses. There we go. Movie of the week, Reds, Warren Beatty, Annette Bening, Jack Nicholson, Maureen Stapleton. Album of the day is America's Holiday. There you go. Chosen by Susie. So there you go. I've got the TV guide here this morning, and I'm going to stay long this morning because I got some stuff to do at home, so I'm going to be here. So, yeah, baby. Let me write down who's shown up here this morning. There you go. So I can keep track of what's going on. There you go. Oh, and America Holiday. Holiday. America. That's it. That's it right there. Go wake up the kid already. Jeez. Go wake him up. Don't use ice water. That's not nice. Don't do that. My father was weird. He used to tickle me awake, and I hated that. Oh, I hated to be fucking tickled awake. You get in there and start tickling. It's like, dude, you think you're being cool, but it's really creepy, and I hate it. And I never could tell him that. I could just say, stop, don't, leave me alone, stop, right? Like a kid, but I could never tell him, dude, that fucking bugs the shit out of me, right? Just don't. Eventually he grew out of it, or I did, but we have a place here called 12 Baskets, where great restaurants give them their leftover food, and you can get a great free meal. That's great. That's awesome. That is awesome. You know, if you go through In-N-Out and you order a meal, and you get to the window and you say, I'm sorry, I don't have enough to pay. I thought I would, but I don't. I I don't have any money with me. There's, or you give them your card that you know is going to fail, and they run it through, and they'll tell you this card wasn't accepted. Do you have any other means of payment? And if you don't, you get to the end window and they just give you your order because they're not going to keep it. They're not going to use it, right? And so that's a little homeless guy trick that if you go to the drive-through and you order a meal and you cannot pay for it, they give it to you. And this has happened to me a couple of times where I've gone through and they run my card and it doesn't work. And I'm like, oh shit. And they say, pull up to the next window. And you pull up to the next window and they just give you your food. Do you need any ketchup? Do you need a placemat? They act like you paid. And it's okay. And they just put it as a comp. And you're done. What are they going to do? Take your special order and give it to somebody else? They don't do that. Everything is made to order fresh. Right? So they're not going to give it to, Joe over here. Give it to Joe. He's our garbage disposal. He'll eat anything. They don't do that. They just give you the food. So, and a lot of restaurants will do that at the drive-thru. If you get to the end and go, fuck, this card doesn't work. I don't have any cash. They just give it to you, right? You can't do it all the time, once a week at a restaurant. You can't. You can't get away with it. Now, if there was a special shirt that you could wear to get a free meal, that would be great. You buy a shirt, right? And this shirt is like an advertisement for the restaurant, right? And you pay like $60 for this shirt. You wear the shirt into a restaurant and you get a free meal, or you get so much off your purchase. I don't know, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. I'd love to wear an In-N-Out shirt to the store and get a 20% discount because I'm wearing their shirt, right? That'd be great. That'd be awesome, You should be able to walk up to a window outside at a restaurant and get a free meal. Dirtbag window, whatever the window is, you should be able to pull up to that and get a free meal because you're obviously homeless. I'll be right back. The wife, she was done with the coffee, so I thought she was taking off. There you go. There you go. So I'm having fun with my new graphics and whatnot, which is pretty damn cool because I get to do more. I get to set up different scenes, which means I can go to a different screen and use my computer stuff. I can merge the two screens together. Cassie, have you seen the costume that I created for my set? Have you seen that yet? I don't know if you've been here. Have you been here this week yet? I don't recall if you've been here this week. But I created a costume for my studio. So now, let me go ahead and go to that real quick so that we can check that out. Just a second. Okay, my wife, she is gone. So you do remember the banana hammock. Okay, cool. That's fun stuff. So I'm gonna be doing that. Trucker sounds, trucker lingo, Grateful Dead music playing on the 8-track, CB stuff. I got my CB radio here. So yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm gonna use my pipe and roll joints to smoke, play Grateful Dead on the 8-track, and sit and play my guitar at the rest stop. And it'll pretty much be a rest stop version of the truck driver. And I'm just going to be me sitting in my truck, hanging out. I'll hang something up behind me here so it looks like the back of a truck, back window of a truck. The American flag, I think, is I'm going to string across behind me. So it'll be a fun thing. You made it Monday, but slipped. Oh, right. Okay, gotcha. I remember that. I remember now. Everything is kind of a. Okay, I've got you here written down on Monday. I should have looked there. Because you and Joey were there on Monday. Totally, eh? Totally. So let's see. The dogs are asleep in bed under blankets. Sam's on the couch. Ollie's in my bed. My wife is gone, so let me turn off this air. Now it's just me and the heater. I keep the fan on for white noise, so my wife and daughter can do stuff in the house and don't have to worry about being on audio. So there you go. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, Cassie. It's good to feel better. Most days I feel like crap. And I have to really go out of my way to put on a happy face and pretend. I spend a couple of days a week taking my daughter back and forth to university. So we spend that time together. Yesterday coming home, I was, at one point, we were like 15 minutes from home, and I was just so sick of every idiot in the road aiming at me, pulling out in front of me, cutting me off, being fucking assholes. And I finally literally had to just punch it and zip around people and just get everybody behind me. And I had to do this like twice, you know, or somebody would cut me off and I would just be like, oh, I have to slam on my brakes because somebody's lane is slowing down and they don't want to have to slow down. So they get into my lane slow and I have to slam on my brakes, right? And it's okay that they didn't have to slow down, but that's one of the worst things you can do to somebody on the road. Something happens in your lane, and rather than keep it in your lane, put on your brakes and just deal with it, they jerk into somebody else's fucking lane and screw them up, make them slow down, right? And that's one of the worst things you can do to me on the road, is disrupt my forward momentum because you haven't got the patience to wait until I go by, or the patience to stay in your lane and deal with whatever is happening there. A broke down car, somebody pulling over, somebody going slow, right? It's like, deal with it. Be a fucking adult and deal with it. Stay in your lane. When you get a chance and it's safe, get around them. But don't just, without looking, jerk into my fucking lane, cause me to fucking slam on my brakes or hit you, right? Oh, don't get me started. Don't get me started. I need more coffee is what I need. That's what I need. And there's none to be had. There's none. No coffee at all whatsoever. I've got a couple of TV guys here, but I think we're going to wait and play with them tomorrow. Tomorrow is Flashback Friday. And I think tomorrow, if I can get somebody to show up tomorrow early on, I think I'm going to do some live music tomorrow and celebrate the week. I try to make a game of it, and we'll watch the person go back and forth, and you get caught up and just laugh. Yeah. Yeah, I do too. I keep track of people on the road so that eventually when they're passing me and trying to get around and trying to haul ass and trying to do this, and then eventually I'm zipping by them in the slow lane, right? There was a lady who did that to me yesterday. She was behind a vehicle, a truck, and all of a sudden she just, yanked out in front of me, and I'm 30 feet from her doing, a third greater speed than her. And I really had to hit my brakes, and it pissed me off so bad. But she didn't have to slow down. And then she stayed in front of me, going slow, right? And I finally got around her and left her in the dust, And it was all I could do. Oh, and eventually I drove by her, or so one of the people that had cut me off, right? And I was like, fuck you. I'm coming up my road yesterday, my street, from the main road that goes through our town that's a highway. I'm coming up our street, and there's this person who stops their car right in the middle of the road, really right in the middle of the road, and just stops there. An older couple, and they're just parked there. And it's like they could pull into the drive, into the mobile home park where they live, but they just stop there. And they're like, so I finally honk my fucking horn and punch it and get around them. And as soon as I get around them, I immediately slow down because I'm not going fast up my street. It's not what I do. But I hauled ass to get around them and fucking flipped them off and honked my horn. Not a block in front of me were two ladies on a horseback. One lady on the horse and one lady holding a horse. And by this time, I had already honked my horn, floored it to get around them and flipped them off, and was already back down to 20 miles an hour, right? Like that. And the lady on the horse looks at me and throws her hands up, fucking starts screaming, slow the fuck down, slow the fuck down. And I'm going 20, right? The normal speed. It's 25 on our street, and I'm doing 20. And it's like, are you kidding me? You're just gonna fucking Karen out on me because I'm not obeying what you want me to fuck you. And I pulled right up next to her, and as I'm driving by at 20 miles an hour, I did this, and I said, fuck you, bitch, right in her fucking face. And she was like 6 feet from me on her horse because she was right in the middle of the fucking road too. And my daughter's with me, and my daughter's just like, oh God, he's going, he's losing it, he's going, you know. And she knows that when I've been in the car too long and I've been hit with too many idiots, that I start to let anger get the best of me. I can usually get pissed off and come right back down and not let it bother me. Because I programmed myself with mushrooms, microdosing. But sometimes it keeps growing before I can bring it back down. And by the time we got home last night, I was just like, it's like here, on my street, not only does this idiot fucking stop in the middle of the street, but then I got this bitch on horseback who's going to give me shit because I'm not obeying her fucking rules. Right? Not to mention the 27 assholes that I've had to deal with just in like 35 minutes of driving. Oh. It's not the traffic that I mind. It's the fucking idiots. Just the scores of fucking idiots, most of whom are on their phone, either driving too slow or too fast, but never paying attention to the world around them. Don't get me started on motorcycles, all right? I used to enjoy motorcycles and motorcycle drivers and the motorcycle world. No fucking way. Not anymore. You can't. You can't. There's no way I'd own a motorcycle and drive out on the fucking open highway. There's no way. There's too many fucking idiots who are not paying attention. And then there's the motorcycle drivers nowadays who consider themselves the kings of the fucking road. Most of them. Very seldom will I be driving alongside of a motorcycle rider who is obeying the traffic laws just like the rest of us. Most of them think that they have their own set of rules and regulations. And they cruise through and they cut people off, right? They zip through the center of the fucking lanes and flip you off if you don't get over, smack your mirror because you're not obeying what they want you to do. Oh yeah, exactly. I often tell my daughter, my wife, I need to get machine guns mounted on this fucking thing. M60s. Gatling guns on the front. And just fucking light them up, right? Just fucking light them up. Have fucking toggles and triggers where I can aim those fucking things. Toggle and trigger on my steering wheel. That's it. That's all I want. You know? If I was that kind of person, I would be one of those serial freeway killer guys. I would, because that's where most of it happens for me. That's where mostly the world fucks me over. When you're just out among regular people. And it's the regular people fucking you over. right? Average citizens who don't give two shits about you because it's their fucking world. Their world. And you don't exist except as an annoyance, right? Karen-esque entitlement. Oh. It sickens me. It sickens me. It really does. Yep. So I'm going to smoke some more pot, and I'm going to break up some more pot. I'm just going to sit here and do bong hits and finish my coffee, and then make some notes. Make some notes for the video time machine that I'm going to work on tonight. Yeah, I think I have a little bit of Betty Boop left for the rest of the year. It's the me first attitude. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. It is. It's the me first. Not the me too. It's the me first movement. And there's a lot of people, and a lot of people don't even realize they're like that. They're just like that, and they don't even understand how they are affecting the people in the world around them, and how they're raising their kids to be like. And I love it when their own children look at them and say, "Mom, you're acting like a Karen, right? Mom, stop that. Stop doing that." What's worse is when the mom is like getting all Karen and smashing stuff and doing stuff, and then the kid walks up and does the same thing, sucking on a lollipop and knocks something over. Right? And so the kid is learning this. Oh, it's horrible. Oh, good. I'm glad you came and showed up, and I hope you come back soon. Come back tomorrow, because Friday I'm going to do something special. So try to get here as early as possible, because I'll be doing something special tomorrow. I don't know what, but it'll be special. We're going to do some live music. We're going to play some videos. It's Flashback Friday tomorrow, so I think I am going to play some news broadcasts from the 1970s and or 80s. So I'm glad you showed up. Love you. Take care of you. Take care of yourself. And we'll see you soon, baby. Take care of yourself. It's always fun having you hang out here. It's awesome. Cool. Awesome. I'm glad you're feeling better. Cool, because I've been feeling like shit, but I've been just faking it. I got to fake it. I have to fake it. I live with two girls, and I can't just mope around all the time. So I mope around, but I fake like I'm in a good mood, just so I'm not bringing everybody down all the time, you know. So here's one for the road. Love you. Take care. Yeah, baby. All right. One of my new irregulars, an old and dear friend. Old and dear friend of like 30 years. That's crazy to be able to say that much time has gone by, right? Gosh. That's crazy. Hee hee. Woohoo. Awesome sauce. So let's see. What did we accomplish today? Not a whole lot, really. We just kind of hung out and rapped. We just did a rap, man. We were just kind of hanging out, rapping, you know. Wee-hee. I don't want to go. I want to just stay here all day, really. I guess at some point I gotta go, but I love it here. This is my element. I finally found something that I'm really good at. Sitting here doing nothing. Right? Totally, eh? Totally. I'm going to be doing some practicing today with my guitar and some songs and stuff. So tomorrow, I'm hoping that I can do maybe like a half dozen or a dozen songs live. Just hang out and try not to screw them up too much. Eventually, when my gums allow it, I will be wearing my teeth every show. Definitely by the first of the year, I should be have my dentures in every show, and be doing live music on every episode. I want to do a theme song for every day. So I am going to do my Let's Go to the Movies song, and that's going to be my Monday song. I'm going to write a song about TV. I'm going to write a song about listening to the radio. I have a song that I've been working on for a long time that is living in yesterday, and I'm going to write that and finish that song, and that will be a Thursday or Friday song. Same thing, some kind of flashback song. So that each day of the week I've got a theme song. You like Jeff Bridges in the character, the Fisher King. Oh, I love that movie. That's a great one. Isn't that one with Robin Williams? Harry Robin Williams naked in that one. That's a great movie. Was Barbra Streisand in that movie? I don't recall. I don't recall the female lead in that one. But yeah, thank you. I love Jeff Bridges. I just love Jeff Bridges movies. Even though I hate the stupid commercial that he's in right now for Verizon or something, I love to see him. Right? The one movie that he's done recently that I really enjoy with Jeff Bridges is R.I.P.D. I'm not a fan of Ryan Reynolds, but I'll watch it. I'll watch some Ryan Reynolds movies. She's not in it. Okay. I'll watch some Ryan Reynolds movies just because it's a good movie. But he's just kind of he kind of falls flat. He's always the same guy. You see on YouTube, you can find videos of him as a teenager doing the same shtick, and that's what turns me off about a lot of modern actors, is that they have a shtick that they do and they stick to that. Some of those some of the Saturday Night Live guys are like that, right? Where you would think that they're on a show where they got to do, and they don't. They're just the same guy. Mercedes Ruehl. Okay, there you go. There you go. That was it. I don't remember what she looks like, but I remember the name. Yeah. Mercedes McCambridge just keeps coming into my head, and that sucks because she's not the same, not at all. And she's kind of a creepy looking lady, kind of a creepy lady. Yeah. I have a sister-in-law whose nickname is Mercedes, or her name is Mercedes. Yeah. Totally. Totally. She's one of my favorite in-laws too. My wife's sisters are two of my favorite in-laws. They're just crazy gals. They're awesome chicks. And then of course the rest of her family are the rest of my favorite in-laws. Because actually they're my favorite relatives. Or my in-laws are my favorite relatives. You would think that it would be somebody from my family, but no. Nope. They don't make it into that category. It'd be nice if they did, but they don't. I've seen more of my wife's family in the last 3 decades since we've been married, right? 25 years. I've seen more of them than I have my family, my blood family. It's what I would consider my blood family, but might not be. Yeah. But that's okay. You know, I got the best deal, so there's that. what I do need to do is break up some more pot for this morning, because we're going into the fourth hour of the show this morning. So we're just rolled out of hour 3. Amanda Plummer was Robin Williams' girlfriend in the film. Oh, Amanda Plummer. Yes, Christopher Plummer's daughter. Christopher Plummer, he's kind of a weird guy. But I loved him in Star Trek The Undiscovered Country, where he played that Klingon warrior. Oh, God, he was so good in that, quoting Shakespeare with Kirk. But Amanda Plummer, what's really weird is that she's really weird. She's not really weird, but she is really actually a weird person. She is really a weird person. Anything that you've seen her in, I think there was an educational film or after school special or something I remember seeing where she was really, really young and she was in it. And she was the same exact kooky lady. And then you see her off camera and she's the same. She just doesn't get away from it. She's like, that's who she is, you know, just a kook, you know. I love her. She's like one of my favorite people to watch just because she's so, her face and everything is just gets so animated, like in Pulp Fiction. Just fucking crazy in that. Just fucking crazy. Crazy. God, I gotta put down the bong, man. I've been smoking way too many bong hits in the morning. I'm going to have to start regulating bong hits in the morning. It'll be like one bong hit an hour or something, and then the rest of the time I can just smoke the little guy, the little one hitter. Because, gosh, I think I smoked like 3 nugs this morning. And that should have lasted me all day, right? Pulp Fiction, yeah, Honey Bunny. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And that guy, her opposite in that, what was his name? God, I can't remember that guy's name. The first scene of the movie and the last scene of the movie, right? It was the end and the beginning, because they started at the beginning and told the story and bounced around, and then at the end they came back to look inside the briefcase, right? Tim Roth. Tim Roth was great in Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes. Tim Roth was great in that. I loved him in that. That was a great movie. That was probably, I was hoping that was going to be the new, like the new Batman. I was hoping that was going to be the new Planet of the Apes, that he was going to pick that up and run with it and make a whole series. But instead, it got twisted into that Planet of the Apes thing that's happening now, right? Where it began in San Francisco and they took it over, and it was happened in a lab, and that, yeah, it was weird. It was weird. Because they didn't stick to anything in the original. But they did follow kind of the same pattern with, you know, conquering and battling and all of that shit. Reservoir Dogs, 4 Rooms. He's great. Yeah, 4 Rooms, that's another weird one. I remember that one. That was another weird one. You know, what's his face? Let me see. Don't tell me. That was that kid Rodriguez, right? That was great. Didn't he have his kid in that one too? Rodriguez had his kid in that one. That was an interesting one. Madonna, right? She was in there. That Witch Coven. That was a weird one. Like I said, he's made Pulp Fiction, of course. Quentin Tarantino. He's made some great movies. Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, but a lot of his movies really have so much violence in it that I just cannot get past one viewing of it. Especially in this century. Last century, I watched the hell out of gore and horror and weird shit, just like thrive on it, right? It'd be good, it's fine. Didn't affect me. But as I get older, it seems to stick in my psyche more, you know, corrupting my my soul and my good thoughts. So I really try to stay away from it now. Because I must. I have to be good to my heart. I have to be good to my inner being. The Hateful Eight still haven't seen yet. I still haven't seen. It'll probably come back to Netflix. And when it does, it'll come back in that serialized version of a little bit longer, made into 4 parts. And so that they added stuff to it, so I get to see the whole thing. But yeah, I'd like to see the movie because it's a long movie, and it's got Kurt Russell in it, and what's her face in it. And Kurt Russell is one of my favorite guys. God, Rob Roy. Was Tim Roth in that? Wow, was he? I'd love to see the Hateful Eight, and just sit and watch that with somebody who wants to, like maybe with my wife. We could probably get into it, but it's such a long movie. It's hard to get my wife to sit and watch a long movie. If it's like, we got halfway through Salem's Lot, the one with David Soul and Lance Kerwin, and she was like nodding off, so I stopped it and we finished watching it the next day. But it's like that. We'll watch a movie and we'll get to like halfway through a 3-hour movie, and we'll both be looking at each other going, all right, let's finish this later. And we do. So that Hateful Eight, that's going to be one that we'll probably have to watch during the day so that we're awake, and probably just watch half. And then that's another reason for watching the 4-part extended version, because we could just watch 1 hour at a time. Was nominated for an Oscar, and Rob Roy. See, there's one I haven't seen in a long time. That one had Jessica Lange in it, right? Is that who I'm thinking? Was that Jessica Lange? I know it was Liam Neeson. But who was the woman in that? Was that Jessica Lange? I just see this woman's face, all sweaty and dirty hair, and standing there, and maybe that's the wrong movie. It's the wrong movie. It ain't Princess Bride, although it's one of my favorites. Rob Roy. I thought that was a porno. Oh! No, it was a drink. I remember people ordering Rob Roys after that. Totally. Totally, man. Yep. Yeah, I did. See, finally got it right. Finally got a girl right. Yeah, Jessica Lange. One of my favorite actresses, King Kong. She first popped up in King Kong. And then she did that story about that actress where she went to the booby hatch and they lobotomized her, right? Oh, man. Actress or singer, I can't remember. But yeah, she's done some great, crazy, weird. She's a weird lady. She does some weird stuff with her acting, because she didn't get into acting as an actress. She got into acting because she was a face. She was a supermodel type. John Hurt. John Hurt is great. Wasn't he the one that was in I'm thinking of William Hurt. William Hurt was the one that I'm thinking of, who was in Marley Matlin, Children of a Lesser God. John Hurt. He's the guy who was in Alien, right? The guy that has the alien pop out of him. Yeah, that's the guy, John Hurt. Yeah, I love John Hurt. Great English actor, right? Speaking of Johns, John Gielgud, right? One of my favorite John Gielgud movies was Arthur, right? Do I have Arthur? Do I have Arthur? Hello, do I have it? Do I have Arthur? Yeah, there it is. is a Warner Brothers home movie Betamax copy of do I have any more coffee left? No more. Of Arthur. John Gielgud played the butler in here, and in it he gets sick and dies, I believe, if I remember the movie correct. But Arthur in this, what's his name? Liza Minnelli is in this as well. But yeah, one of Dudley Moore's best movies, I think. He just, all of a sudden he popped up, you know, and was in a Julie Andrews movie, 10, but he was in a movie before, the Blake Edwards movie. He was in a Blake Edwards movie before 10, and then he did 10, and 10 made him. And then he did a bunch of stuff, and he did Arthur, and he did a bunch of weird, he was a funny guy. But he was, didn't he get sick and die? He got old and decrepit and real quick, and just all of a sudden he was gone. He got stricken with some kind of quick killing old guy disease, and he just shriveled up and was gone. And he was a little dude too, right? I mean, he was a little guy. Look at this picture of him leaning up against this car here, and look how short he is compared to this car, right? He was a little dude. Little itty bitty guy. Won an Oscar for The Elephant Man. Oh, Elephant Man, one of my favorite ones. Where is it? Where are you, Elephant Man? Where are you, Elephant Man? Elephant Man, there it is. Another Betamax. Elephant Man. That's a great one. I gotta blow out my Betamax and VCRs and clean the heads and watch some of these fucking movies, because I got just some great. Arthur 2 on the Rocks. That's another great one. Yeah, that's a great one. Yeah, I like the dad in that one where he's trying to get her married off to this rich guy, and it's fucking hilarious. And her dad's always putting on a tie and trying to look presentable, and he's just a boob. He's just a drunk schmuck, just a boob. Like what was it, Paris, Texas? Harry Dean Stanton. That was a great movie. And then after that he did what was it? Not 16 Candles, but or was it Pretty in Pink? Was it Pretty in Pink? The one where he played her father, Molly Ringwald's father, right? He just played that no good drunk, right? And he just could not get his shit together. Just homeless, or not homeless, but jobless, and just totally falling apart, right? And she understands him. She gets it, like my daughter. She gets me. She totally understands why I am the way I am, why I'm broken and beaten down and depressed a lot, and why I feel the world has fucked me over. She gets it. She understands why. And she also understands that I'm not 100% that guy, that there is more to me than just that. I have hopes and dreams and aspirations and wants and desires and all of that crap, along with feeling like the world has got me at the end of my leash. Because I'm on a leash. I'm on a leash. Everybody is. Some of us on really short leashes. Some of us really long leashes. Some of us are at the end of the leashes just barking and snapping and biting. Because we're just so... Right? Right. Friday. Tomorrow's Friday. So fingers crossed that I get my video time machine done. Of course, I'm I should be working on it now, but I'm just not up to it. I'm going to have to get done here and do breakfast, and then literally just sit down here and get into your Arthur in real life, right? Wow. You got a lot of money, huh? So you would have gotten a lot of money had you gotten married, but you decided, ah, fuck it, it ain't worth it. Totally, eh? Totally. Yeah, I am. I was watching. What was it? Grand Theft Auto. Ron Howard and Roger Corman produced. Ron Howard directed, and there were all these different characters chasing down the kids who were in the Rolls Royce, and one of the groups in a car were a group of Hispanics in a lowrider talking just like Cheech and Chong, and it was hilarious. And they could have hit him for a copyright on it because every shot that they showed was like from the side or silhouetted in the car, so you really couldn't see anybody in the car. Hey man, what's going on? Hey man, I don't know. Hey man, what are you doing? Hey man, and they were running around chasing them and stuff, and it sounded like them, and it kind of looked like the car in Up in Smoke, even though Up in Smoke hadn't come out, and they had only done audio stuff and a few video things. Nobody really knew much about Cheech and Chong, but that was kind of funny to see him in that. And then, of course, yesterday I watched that other one, Eat My Dust. A couple of great car movies. Liza Minnelli. That's another weird broad right there, right? I remember first seeing her in Cabaret on one of those channels back in the day when cable television pay stuff was pretty fresh. I remember seeing Cabaret and what was it? Chorus Line, and what was that other one with the Bob Fosse story? That's all. That's it. That's God. What was that? That's All That Jazz. That's what it was. All That Jazz. That was another good one. But those three movies right there, Cabaret, All That Jazz, and the other aforementioned one, Chorus Line. Those were literally dance movies, and I actually enjoyed all of those. You know, I went right from there into the movie Fame, and I was like, there was a brief period in my youth when I was almost destined for the show, man. And my father had done a bunch of stuff at university, putting us kids, and especially me, into videos, right? Creating these little video projects, and eventually I'll bring some onto the channel. And what was really weird was that from all of these movies, I wanted to be a dancer and a singer and a stage performer and live that show life, you know. And out of high school, I was accepted to this School of the Arts up on the mountain from us. And I begged and pleaded with my father to help me get into the school and go down with me and do the paperwork and do the financial aid and try to get all of this stuff to going, right? Because I was like under 21 and I needed parents' consent to do any financial aid and loans and that kind of shit, right? At that time. At least that's the way they made it because it was not really a school, it was more like a trade school, right? Because it was a School of the Arts. And so you really had to shoehorn to get into this thing. And my father didn't want to have any part of it. He didn't want to get involved. He said he didn't have any money. He didn't have any financial way to get me in to a school. And I'm like, all right, well, you know, we all suffered for, like a decade so that he could go to school, to college and then university and get it almost never quite get a bachelor's degree. So we all suffered through all of that. And I, was homeless several times throughout my high school years and still managed to go to high school and still managed to go to night school and still managed to get to where I could earn a GED, right? And he didn't want to have any part of it. It was like education was everything to him. But he didn't want it to be anything to me. I mean, that's what really puzzled me, is that he never encouraged me to read. He never just got involved personally with my education, right? Other than taking me away from school a lot to take him and do his stuff. But when it came to me needing help with my education, even if it was homework, I learned by 5th and 6th grade that it was pointless to ask anybody in my family for help with school stuff because I wasn't going to get it. So I did whatever I did at school, and then I would just leave it at school, and I never brought it home with me after that. She was great in Arthur. Yeah. She did a 1 or 2 movies with Burt Reynolds, right? Cop or something, where she played a hooker and he played a cop or detective and had a bad toupee. And he had issues with his jaw and had to take a lot of medication for that. And she had issues with life and had to take a lot of medication for that. So they were on a movie together, and God, it seemed like they were both blotto most of the time. Blotto, I like that word. Yeah. Better write some of this stuff down here. Some of these things that we're talking about this week, so I can squeeze some stuff into a video time machine, of course. There you go. There you have it. There it is. Well, I imagine I'm going to wrap this show up around the top of the hour. So we're going to be here another 40 minutes because I got nothing left to do. My daughter's going to sleep until 2 or 3 in the afternoon here. And my wife, she's going to be gone until at least noon. So, blotto. Totally. Wasn't that the bad guy on Mr. Bill? Wasn't that the bad guy, Blotto? I think it was it? I can't remember. I know Mr. Bill. I got all Mr. Bill collection. I tried to use Mr. Bill on the video time machine. And it was like Saturday Night Live owns it. And they said, nope. No way. And I was like, fuck. So I had to go back and pull it out. Shorten it. That happens every once in a while. Every several episodes of the video time machine, I have to delete it from YouTube because I uploaded it, and so I'll look to see what copyright went bad, and then I'll have to go back and re-edit it, and then save it, and then re-upload it, and it'll take like several hours. You don't know who Mr. Bill? Oh no, Mr. Bill! Oh no! He's a little claymation dude, and he doesn't even move. They would just make him into a thing, and then stand him there, and he'd go, ooh, and then something would smash him. Mr. Hand, hey, Mr. Hand. Hey, Mr. Hand, how you doing? Hi, Mr. Bill. Where are we going today? We're going to take a taxi. We're going to go to the museum. All right, Mr. Bill, let's go. And then I'll go out and get in, and somebody will step on him and get into the cab. Oh no, my dog. And then Blotto, the bad guy, he was, come here, Mr. Bill. Oh no, it's Blotto. Is that his name? I think that was his name. Yeah, that was funny. If you get a chance, look up Mr. Bill, and find Mr. Bill, because he was some funny. I wish I could put it into a video time machine, because it was a part of my childhood, watching Saturday Night Live in the first 5 years of its existence, and seeing all of the different things and how it changed. I mean, when Saturday Night Live first started, it was a different show. They had Muppets, they had animated shit, they had Mr. Bill, they had long movies and shorts. Albert Brooks used to do like films. He used to do this. It was a film by Albert Brooks, and it'd be like 15 minutes long. The commercials that they used to do. Saturday Night Live was such a bitchin' thing when it started, and then it just evolved over through the 90s and then 80s and the 90s. It evolved into this sickening thing that it is now. And the only reason it's on now is because of its longevity. That's the only thing keeping it moving, is its momentum from the past and its history. And most of the stuff that I see in Saturday Night Live skits completely loses me. I don't understand how they find humor in any of the stuff they do. And I guess that's where it's just a generational show. It moves, it changes, right? And since I'm unchanging, it lost me decades ago. It did. Saturday Night Live lost me decades ago. I stopped watching when there were people like Will Ferrell, right? I did not get Will Ferrell, and I still do not get Will Ferrell. Kristen Wiig, I get. Will Ferrell, I do not get. At all. At all. I cannot do him. I can do him if he's an animated voice, right? Megamind. I can do that. I can watch that 20 times a day. I cannot do him where I have to see his face and him doing that same sad, silly shtick, right? He's got no depth, no range. If I want to watch an actor, I want to see him act. I want to see something different each time. You know, I don't want to see this. I don't want to see a fucking John Wayne doing the same John Wayne thing. You know, even John Wayne got out of his fucking. Even Arnold Schwarzenegger got out of it and did something different that wasn't Schwarzenegger. Will Ferrell, he just. God, I cannot watch anything by him in it. And I know this is probably hurting somebody's feelings, but you can just take him. You know, I just don't get it. I don't get a lot of those younger guys from Saturday Night Live that were on there. The geeks, freaks and geeks. I don't get anybody from that show. I don't understand that show at all. Or those actors. You like the Will Ferrell skit where he's the other girl and the songs together. Oh, okay. So there you go. Yeah, they do bar mitzvahs and stuff, and they're just a silly singing team. That one, there are like a couple of cowbell, right? There's a couple of Saturday Night Live skits that he did, and he did well, but they were skits. And it's like every movie he does, he's doing a skit character. And after a couple of minutes, it just gets tedious, right? And I can do some of the old Saturday Night Live skits, but not a lot of them, because even on SNL, he was repeating himself. And he was just doing that same, you gotta laugh at me, you gotta laugh at me. And it got so annoying, you know? And people would say, you gotta watch. And I would say, nope, not a chance. You lost me at Eddie Murphy and Joe Piscopo in that era. That was it, right? And we got to Phil Hartman, you know. I mean, there was some great Saturday Night Live, and then it just got corrupted. Never saw Old School. That was one of the, you gotta watch it, and I was like, yeah, I don't think so. So I never watched it. I still haven't seen it. And every once in a while I see it on, and it's like, Oh, that's right, it's Will Ferrell. I'm not going to watch that. And so it's easier now for me to just say, oh, it's got him in it. Nah, I don't want to watch that. I would rather spend my time watching an old movie, watching somebody like Jeff Bridges in King Kong. I'd rather watch that 20 times than to watch Anchorman once. A movie I've never seen, any Anchorman stuff. And I never will. Paul Rudd, I don't do any of those actors in that. None of those guys impress me at all. None of them. Some of the lower cast members, perhaps. But none of the stars in those movies impress me, right? I just, Talladega Nights, never did it, never will. Never, I just can't do it. I can't watch a movie where I have to turn away when I see them act, or when I see them try to act, or when I see them make a face, or when I see them just go after a laugh too hard, right? Too hard. You're trying too hard, dude. And his whole career is him overacting and overreaching and trying too hard and trying real hard to get people to like him. You know, I loved, what was his name? Oh, shit. I can't remember his name. Chris, was it Chris? He worked with David Spade a few times, Tommy Boy. That guy, the fat guy, right? I love his movies, and I love to watch him in a lot of movies. But in a lot of his stuff, it's cringy because he really is trying too hard and going after stuff, which it borders on ridiculously funny to ridiculously pathetic, right? And he rides that fence, right? And I can't do Will Ferrell because it's just, to me, it's ridiculously pathetic. It is. Everything he does, he just tries too hard, right? I've never seen anything where nor will I even attempt to watch anything because he turns me off. See, Blades of Glory, Step Brothers, Night at the Roxbury. I haven't seen one of those, dude. I swear to you, I haven't seen one of the movies that you've mentioned. My favorite movie by him would be Megamind, because I don't have to look at his face, and his voice fits that character. And so I can easily watch that. I just hate to look at him, really. He's just such a big doofus. My God. That smile just makes me want to puke. You're like, man, you are critical, dude. I can't help it. I like what I like, and I know what I don't like. And I don't like him. I love a lot of stuff from Saturday Night Live characters before that era. But there's very little in that era. Tracy, what's his face? Tracy Morgan, that little chubby guy, Horatio, somebody, Chris Farley, that's him, and some of the early, what's his face, the guy who now does the Tonight Show. Those guys I liked. Those were funny guys doing that Christmas song, and they were always funny, always laughing at each other and at themselves and stuff. Chris Farley is one of those guys that was just borders being like, kind of like, oh man, I can't watch him, you know. Unlike somebody like John Candy, who you could watch do just about anything, and it wasn't cringy, you know, because he was genuine. But Chris Farley, sometimes he was trying too hard, and you could feel that, you know, come in the room and just fall over and start laughing, and and it would just freak me out, right? Well, like his spot on Letterman, I think that was what it was, and he was just scary, manic, spooky, you know. It made me sad, really, to watch him, and even sadder after he died, right? it's nice that Will Ferrell's married and has a good, strong relationship. So he's probably not going to kill himself or crazy himself to death. But I just don't get Ferrell. I just don't. Nor do I get that other guy in Step Brothers, that guy. I don't get him either. I like him in a bunch of movies, but I don't get him when he does comedy, especially when he does comedy with Will Ferrell. I don't get that guy. Well, he was blotto at the time. All the time. Totally blotto. Most of those guys were blotto, right? You gotta, and especially the ones that like have to overact. And then you see a lot of drunk acting, right? Where they're just they're getting through it because they're drunk, right? And that's not fun either, you know. Like Robin Williams getting through a routine on stage or getting through an episode of Mork and Mindy because he's high on cocaine, not because he's having fun doing the episode, right? Because usually he wasn't. He was doing it because he could. He was doing it because he was having fun doing his thing, but at the same time, you know, he was dying inside. And if you suffer from depression, you can see it in somebody's eyes when they're like, they're not quite honest in their performance because they got that inside of them. They got that hanging around. Chris Rock should have either thrown down and gotten busy with Will Smith, or he should have dodged him and danced around the stage and said, come get me, and made a routine out of it, right? He should have made it funny. Or he should have taken that slap and he should have fucking dove on Will Smith and just started fucking, they should have been throwing fisticuffs right there on stage. That's what I should have fucking seen. And I don't advocate violence, but what a pussy fucking move. On both of them. Both camps, both fucking bullshit. Pootie Tang was classic. I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen that. I'll watch just about anything with Chris Rock in it, unless of course it's got Will Ferrell in it. But just about anything. I'll have to check out Pootie Tang. I like that guy, that black guy that does the Crevathier guy. I like that guy that does the Crevathier. That's a good guy. I can never remember his name, but he's funny. Yeah, Pootie Tang. Chris Rock. Chris Rock is a fun guy. I lost a little respect for Chris Rock because of that thing. I mean, we should have heard later on that Chris Rock was arrested for beating his ass at a nightclub or coming behind him and hitting him with a bat or something. That's what we should have heard, right? But instead we heard all this bullshit from both camps about how it was okay and we didn't mean it. And it was, my husband, and be nice to my husband. Give me a break. Oh, New Jack City, man. He played that crackhead. That was great. It was Robert Downey Jr. And that other guy and that other guy. That was a great fucking movie. I love that. That was a great movie. God, yeah, I haven't seen that in a long time. Great flick. God, I could write that one down too, because that's one I could sit easily and watch. And totally time travel with that one. Totally time travel with that one. Yeah, but that one's like 90s, right? That's a great fucking movie. Damn stupid crackheads. Or The King of New York. That's another good one. King of New York. I'm gonna get you, sucker. That is a good one. Now that one I was seeing. That's a great one. I'm gonna get you, sucker. That's a Wayans production. That's a fucking awesome flick. Yeah, those Wayans brothers, man. There's a lot of them dudes, and the family just keeps going, right? So hopefully they'll be like the Black Baldwins, right? Just a bunch of fucking great, hilarious fucking actors. I didn't get White Chicks. White Chicks was kind of That one kind of fell flat for me. But I liked a lot of their stuff. I like the way that they did those weird like was it they did Scary Movie? Is that what they did? They did the Scary Movie series. Now CB4 I haven't seen. CB4 I haven't seen. At least I don't remember. Maybe way back a long time ago. I might have seen it in a stoned stupor. Yeah, great stuff. Great fucking stuff, man. And I wish it was a little less cold in here this morning. I grab this flannel here. I don't want it on me, but I think I'll put it down over my legs here and try to capture some of this hot air that's coming up from my heater. Catch some of it. Yeah, there we go. Build up some little hot air in my lap here. That'll work. Yeah, there we go. I'm out of coffee, so it's getting a bit cold in here. We got about 20 minutes left this morning before I'm going to head out and, well, basically I'm just going to shut everything off, eat breakfast, put a movie on, and sit right back down here and put together that video time machine for tomorrow. Because I could have gone out and painted this morning, but it's cold, and love his comedy specials. I do too. I like that what is that, tambourine? Something like that. So, is that a quote from a movie? Pauly Shore is dead? Or is that a movie or something? Because he better not be dead. I was just looking at something with him the other day and thinking, I still want to meet that guy. I still want to meet Pauly Shore. He's one of my favorite. He's my favorite weasel. I love me some Pauly Shore movies. The other day I just watched Biodome. Speaking of the Baldwins. I love Pauly Shore. He's one of my heroes. Yeah. Bigger and Blacker. Tambourine, yeah. Tambourine, that's a good one. I like that one. Bigger and Blacker. Totally. Steve Carell. There's another guy that I can't get into. No. I've seen a couple of his movies. That one where he talks to God, Morgan Freeman. Right? That one. That one I like. I like that movie. I like him in that movie. But I can't do... I didn't like him in the first one. In the first God movie. I can't remember what it was called. With the one with Jim Carrey in it. I didn't like him in that one. Because he was too over the top. He was trying too hard to be funny. So I didn't like him in that one. When he got the sequel, that one I liked. I thought he was good in that. I thought he had matured enough to have his own movie. But a lot of his stuff just falls flat with me. Pauly Shore is Dead is a great movie. Yes, okay, it's a movie. Great, because I would be hurt if we lost Pauly Shore too early. We're going to lose everybody, but, not too quick, Let's take our time dying, people. Right? Please. I'm trying to take my time dying. I'm trying to get to the holidays. I'm trying to get through the holidays. I'm trying to get to my daughter's graduation and to go see Rush. We're going to see Rush. That's right. My daughter and I and one of my oldest and dearest friends are going to see Rush. So, so I'm trying to make it to there so that I can make these little things happen in life. But it's like every step of the way, it's like I'm aiming for little, not too far. I'm not gonna aim for 80 years old. I'm gonna aim for 57 and a third, right? I'm gonna aim for 57 and a half, 57 and three quarters. I'm gonna aim for baby steps because I don't want to set myself up for failure, right? And I know if I say I'm gonna live, I'm gonna die right now. So I'm just going with it. I'm just going with it. Try not to expect too much. No expectations, no demands, no requirements, no expectations, no disappointments. So I'm just trying to get to the next milestone, the next marker. Get to the next rest stop. And they're pretty close together because I gotta pee all the time. So I try to do things every day that are time travel, bucket list time travel stuff, right? Where I wanna watch a movie that I haven't watched in a long, long time. One of my favorite movies. Maybe I want to watch a favorite movie over and over and over again and burn it into my head, and I'll do that. I'll sit here and I'll just work on one particular thing, and they're not like huge giant bucket list items, but they're little things for me that make me reconnected to the past and the present, and help me to celebrate the things that I enjoyed in my life, by still enjoying them. Yeah, I really love that movie. Well, then fucking watch it. I think I will, and I do. Rather than say, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait until somebody else wants to come out and watch it with me. I'll be like, hey, I'm going to watch this movie. Anybody? All right, I'm watching it. And I'll sit down and watch it. And it used to be, anybody? All right, what about this one? Anybody? No? All right, well, what do you guys want to watch? And, or we would just not watch anything. And so now it's more, even if it's just me sitting here doing something, I'm going to do it, because there's no time like the present. I got no time to waste. I just want to get shit done. I just want to do, even if it's something as trivial as watch a movie that I haven't seen in a long time. I would rather watch it with somebody and enjoy it with somebody. But if not, that's fine. I'll do it myself. I'm going to listen to this. Anybody? Okay, I'm just me. I'm going to sit out here and play guitar, even if I'm just by myself, and sing. And, because that's what I need to do, regardless if anybody else wants to join me. I'm going to do these things because I need to do them, because I've only got so much time. Dogma was a funny film, kind of weird. Chris Rock, he played an angel in that one, right? Affleck, and what's his face? Yeah, that was a weird one. It was a weird one. I like movies like Pauly Shore movies, right? Like Biodome, In the Army, or movies like Brendan Fraser movies, right? The one where he's frozen in Encino. That one, the thawed out dude that goes to high school with Pauly Shore and what's his face, Sean Astin, right? That's a great fucking movie. That one's hilarious. Or Brendan Fraser's movie, Blast from the Past. Oh, I love that fucking movie. I'm not a huge fan of Alicia Silverstone. I like a bunch of her stuff. Some of her stuff I don't get, but that's one of my favorite movies by Brendan Fraser, is Blast from the Past, because the movie is exactly that, a blast from the past, and I always could see myself in that position, right? Taking all of my stuff and living someplace and raising a child to only know this old stuff, right? And then going out into the world and seeing the world the way I would see the world
the way that I do see the world. I see the world as a crazy, fucking bizarre, futuristic place that is not my future. It's an alternate future, right? My future was supposed to be like that. It was written like this. And now all of a sudden, there's all this other shit going on, and I don't get it. All right? Linda Fiorentino. She's hot. Yeah, she's a hottie. Although she was, I don't know. She's like great-great-grandma now, looking kind of, well, looking like me. So, how horrible is that? Now, she's probably, if she's still alive, she's probably still looking pretty good. You know? I would reckon. I don't keep track of a lot of stuff, so. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, let's see. Tomorrow we're going to do some live music. I think we are going to watch a live news broadcast from the 70s. She's 67. Ooh, there you go. Well, that's not too old. That's only 10 years older than me. Right? Yeah. But I've got my living room turned around so I can see both TVs now. I can see my newer flat screen, and I can see my older RCA tube television with the VCRs and Betamaxes and stuff. So I think it's important that I try to get those things cleaned up and ready and activated and working so that I can enjoy that, because I've got so many movies that I need to get. I've got this one drawer over here, right? Mother Jugs and Speed, Night Shift, Little Big Man, Black Sunday, Downhill Racer, Strange Brew, Inner Space, Seems Like Old Times, right? King Kong, the original Frankenstein, Earthquake, Cabaret, MASH, Over the Edge, Three Amigos, Crocodile Dundee, E.T., Batman with Jack Nicholson, right? That's just a couple of drawers in VHS. It's a couple of my favorite drawers, but I've got so many, and then I've got all these Betamaxes everywhere, and behind me over here, I need to start enjoying what I have while I have the time, right? And I'm trying to get that message across to a lot of people. I'm trying to get that message across to Joey. I'm trying to get that message across to a friend of mine, Chris, by getting him down here this summer and getting him back next summer to go see Rush. So because I see the importance, and I'm trying to get my daughter to see the importance. She's got the rest of her life to work and be a slave. So I'm trying to encourage her to really try to figure out how to do something so that it works for her and to her benefit and makes her wealthy and not someone else. Maybe someone else, but not just someone else. You know. So yeah, people, get out there and live life. Even if you're just going to sit at home, do something to expand yourself and your horizons and your inner being, your education, your soul. You know, do something. We all got to do that, man. Even when I'm watching TV, I try to watch, even if it's stuff from the past, I try to watch stuff that I've never seen before, because I'm an old curmudgeon who likes to watch the same old crap all the time. Anyway, I'm getting to bed a lot earlier and sleeping a little bit longer and finding less need for long naps in the middle of the day. So I'm hoping that I can start getting more stuff done, which means more live shows and more recorded video programs. So fingers crossed that things work out, cut down my bong hit consumption, and increase my video production and my YouTube production. I'm almost at 2,000 videos on my channel. That's a lot of stuff to dig through. I didn't realize it till the other day, and it's like, wow, there's a lot of playlists and a lot of stuff to look at. And a lot of playlists just with tons of stuff in it, right? So I need to go through and just Say, okay, this is just all educational films, you know. These are just shorts. These are this or that. I mean, I've got a bunch of playlists on my channel that you can go through and actually navigate and find what you're looking for. But it just takes a lot of scrolling, really, if you're into that kind of thing. I'm hoping if I get a personal assistant for a couple of months, I can get my daughter on my channel for a couple of days, just kind of organizing stuff and helping me to catalog stuff, to organize things. At that point, have hard drives so I can download stuff from YouTube and save it, and just have an assistant to help me continue expanding my channel, even for just a couple of months. It's going to help me do so much and get really big and not just increase subscription and viewers, but my reach and increase my ability to do more, which is really important to me rather than subscription. Subscription is fun because more people see your shit. Viewers is great. That's fun. But for me, it's just the creativity and the hanging out here and sharing, you know. Yeah. I'm telling you, man. I've never gotten a kick out of anything more in my life than YouTube. I've done some fun stuff before, and I've really thrown myself into a lot of different projects and things. But this one here, all of the different elements, the live, the video, the audio, the editing, the sound effects, the music, the special effects, all of the different things that come together to do a live show, to do a video. It's just so much fun, you know. And I owe it all to you guys. Without the live interaction, it would kind of fall flat a little bit, I think. So I'm glad that we have irregulars to show up and hang out and do stuff. You can tell that after a few hours, my voice is like, you've been doing this long enough, dude. You need to put it down. Step away from the mic. Step away from the mic. So tomorrow we're going to do TV Guide. We are going to try to remember to do this week in history. And we are going to talk more about what's going into the video time machine, because I will have put it together by tonight. We're going to do music and videos. We're going to do live music tomorrow. And we are going to do the news. We're going to do some old news broadcasts and commercials and stuff, like we did yesterday with the old-time radio stuff and playing some of that video and those weird elements. So we're going to get into that. At some point, we may do a live nighttime nonsense and nostalgia stuff in the evening. Halloween is going to be fun, and I keep gearing toward that. So I'm going to keep researching and creating elements and stuff to drop in to my show. Some stuff I'll be able to hear, some stuff I won't be able to hear until I get a live monitor that's in sync with like live, like right now live, IRL. All right, people. Thanks so much for hanging out with me the rest of the morning here, WW. Oops, pardon me, wrong way. I got to get some food in me. I got to get some energy. I got to get the ball rolling this morning. The only way to get this video time machine done is to just get her done. So once I dive in, I usually have a pretty good roll. And then it takes me like 3 or 4 hours to put together a couple of hours. Which this episode will probably be 2 to 2.5 hours long. When I do the end of the year episode, the best of, it's probably going to be a couple 2 to 2.5 hour long episodes. And I'll make 2 files, and I'll just start dropping my favorite stuff into each file. Here's a cartoon for this one, cartoon for that one, short for this one, short for that one, commercials here, commercials there, news, this, that, and then just create this huge blast of the past. It'll be fun. All right, people, I am going to rock and roll on out of here. You know what to do, right? I don't even have to tell you. Be nice to each other. Spread peace and love, not bullshit. Do something for yourself, but do something for somebody else too. Why? Because you can. Makes you feel good. Makes somebody else feel good. Makes the world a better place. Makes you a better person. Peace and love, baby. That's what it's all about. Take care of each other. We're all brothers and sisters, right? Most especially, stay weird, because if you ain't weird, ain't nobody gonna be weird for you, right? You gotta put in the effort. You gotta do the work, right? That's all there is to it, baby. See you tomorrow, dude. Take care of yourself. Love you, man. Thanks for hanging out. I think tomorrow I'm going to do the big cup of coffee. It's like a quart. It's like a huge, it's like 32 ounces. It's a huge cup of coffee. It's like twice this thing. So I'm going to do that tomorrow. And have a bunch of stuff planned. I'm going to put my pieces in. Totally. I got to stay kind of wired this morning so that I can do that video time machine. All right, people, take care of yourselves. Love ya. I will see you in the morning. And, oh yeah, adios.